Thank you once again. My name is John Borkovich. I'm the Groundwater Monitoring Section Chief in the Division of Water Quality for the State Water Board. Thank you for coming to today's workshop on domestic wells. We have an excellent panel of speakers today, and then we'll have an hour at the end of the day for public input and discussion that will be facilitated by our Office of Public Participation. Darren Polhemus, the Deputy Director of the Division of Drinking Water, will provide our formal introduction, but before that, we have a few housekeeping details to take care of. Please identify the exits in the room. In an event of alarm, we will evacuate immediately. Remember to take your valuables and to not use the elevators. We will exit down the stairways and possibly to a relocation site across the street in Cesar Chavez Park. If you cannot use stairs, you will be directed to a protective area inside the stairwell over here. Should we have to relocate outside the building, please obey all traffic signals and exercise caution crossing the street. The drinking fountain for water and restrooms are in the hall, ladies' room to the right and men's to the left, out these doors. And the drinking fountain is located near the ladies' room right over here. Food service is available in the cafe in the lobby. And we also encourage recycling, so please place your recyclables in the proper bin at the back of the room and in the front of the room here. This workshop is being webcast and recorded. I'll draw your attention, there is a fixed camera that's aimed at me right now, so if you stand up, you won't be able to see the speaker, and it's also being recorded, so that way if we could keep the avenue here open, and just be aware that that's happening with the camera. It's not moving. It's just going to stay focused on the podium here. So if you have questions and you're online, please send your emails to GAMA, G-A-M-A, at waterboards.ca.gov. We'll have staff here reading those, so if you have any questions or comments during the course of the workshop, please let us know. Also, the workshop presentations for those that can't participate today, either on the webcast or in person, it will be recorded and available on a soon-to-be released dedicated needs assessment website hosted by the State Water Board. So to help stay on schedule today, each presenter will be limited to a couple questions, 1 or 2 questions. If we have more questions, we do have comment cards. I believe they're in the back of the room or the front of the room. We have staff that can, if you're interested in commenting, just raise your hand and you can fill out a card available to those folks that have additional questions, and then we'll provide an opportunity for those questions to be brought up again during the open discussion period at the end of the day. And so now I'll hand it over to Darren Polhemus. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thanks, everybody, for coming. So this is the second workshop presenting information and trying to gather what's going on around us regarding the needs analysis. The needs analysis is something the State Water Board's undertaking basically from an appropriation that was given to us at the end of last year to try to get a better handle on the needs associated with California. There's been some preliminary estimates done during the legislative session last year, and this is an attempt to try to go deeper into that and fine-tune those numbers, look at how we can improve upon them, and just go deeper. So last week we had a workshop on looking at public water systems and trying to identify ways that public water systems may be about to have a problem, not having a problem, but about to, and at risk of failing in sometime near future, because that's the harder number to get. We know which ones are out of compliance at the moment and have those numbers and can make estimates from that, but that second question is the hard part. Today's one is another hard question for us. It's outside of the regulatory construct of public water systems and into the private domestic well zone. We have many citizens. The estimates are somewhere between 1.5 million to 2 million people in California on state small and private domestic well systems throughout California, and then assessing the status of the water systems. Most of them are obviously groundwater systems, assessing the status of those systems and what would be the potential need if the state was to try to address those is certainly a big open question. So there's been quite a bit of work in this space as well. We're going to have presentations today from different folks around that and try to gather the state of where that's at and then see if we can't form a way to head forward. So all of this work does come from basically the Water Board's attempt to address human right to water, that law that passed and created this statute in the state of California and moving forward and make sure that everybody has it. That's why we're including all the way into private domestic wells and outside of our regulatory construct to make sure that we catalog all of the needs associated with all the Californians. So here's the two workshop. We're in the second workshop of these. I mentioned these just a second ago. Workshop number 3, we're planning for around May. We'll have a little more details to come out on that, and that'll be at least anticipated at this point, where we're going to focus on the cost estimation methods themselves after we've identified basically through these two workshops and hopefully some work over the next couple months as to how to identify where the systems are and the people are, and then synthesizing that into a needs will be kind of the focus of that. And we're going to continue to keep this a public process. We'll put out announcements as to, kind of what we're proposing to do and take comments on that. We want input to make sure that everybody has a chance to participate in that. And these workshops obviously are being well attended, and we're getting lots of good input both from the presenters and everybody else. So I'm so happy the way they're turning out and how quickly we've been able to put them together so that we can get to this number sooner rather than later. So this challenge specifically today is dealing with domestic wells. We know there are lots of them. And when I say lots of them, I mean really lots of them throughout the state of California. So that's a real technical term for you when you get down to it. I'm sure people will give us some better numbers associated with that as we get into the discussion today. We also have been working over the years on developing an understanding of water quality in our drinking water systems. And so how do we bring these different things together, I think, is the real challenge. And I want to remind everybody, it's not only just about assessing the quality existing, but there will need to be, some projection out as to, and where will that be 10 and 20 years from now, as we can try to divine some trends associated with water quality trends and other things associated with that, so that we have a real picture of where we're headed to in the future. And as we look back in the past, a lot of these little systems or private domestic wells, 60, 70 years ago, dropped their well into nice clean water and there was no issues, and times have changed and that's not necessarily the case. And so it's how do we bring that to the forefront and how do we address that. So I look forward to a great presentations from the folks today. Hopefully that spurs ideas from everybody else here, and then that can further generate where we go. And I will pause here and do the intro.
Very good. Thank you, Karen. So without further ado, first up will be Dr. Miranda Fram from the U.S. Geological Survey. And we're happy to have her here today to give us an overview of the work that they've been doing for the State Board for our groundwater ambient monitoring assessment program.
Okay, as you know, the USGS has been closed since December 22nd as part of the federal government shutdown. California Water Science Center has been petitioning for permission to work without pay because water in California is so important. And on Wednesday, we received permission to participate in a few small activities, including, fortunately, this workshop. So on very short notice, I'm on the agenda and I will tell you what we've been doing. So, just briefly, before I dive into the details, I wanted to let you know kind of the big picture of what's going on with programs with the USGS and the State Water Board looking at domestic wells. In the middle of this slide is a map showing the State Water Board Gamma Domestic Well Program that ran between 2002 and 2011, where they sampled wells on a voluntary basis in a bunch of counties. So there's a good data set from there. In 2012, the State Water Board Gamma program decided to have the USGS Priority Basin Project, part of the program, take over doing domestic well sampling. So at that point, we had just finished doing our statewide assessment of public supply wells, and we moved on to looking at domestic wells. The other program to mention that's also going on is the USGS National Water Quality Program, which collaborates very closely with the USGS Gamma program, is also looking at domestic well quality, water quality in California. And Catherine Ransom, who's giving a talk later in the session from UC Davis, has been working closely with the USGS National Program. So you'll hear some about that. So I'm going to just talk today about what's going on with the USGS State Water Board Gamma Priority Basin Project Program. And I will try not to have to say that name too many times. Okay, the program is based around trying to answer these 5 questions. First, where are people using domestic wells? When we were looking at public supply wells, it's just pretty easy because the state has a database of where they are. That's not true for domestic wells. So our first activity was to make an assessment of where these things are. The second is to look at what part of the aquifer system is used by domestic wells. This is important for understanding what kind of water quality issues there might be. What we're deep into right now is looking at the current water quality conditions in domestic wells across the state. And as part of that, we're beginning to delve into looking at the processes and inputs that are controlling those water quality conditions. And then the all-important, how are those water quality conditions going to change over time? Because that's kind of the key question for figuring out how to manage the system, is how is it going to change? So what I'll do for the rest of this talk is I'll spend a little bit of time talking about questions 1 and 2, and then most of the time talking about 3, 4, and 5. So, question 1, where are people using domestic wells? We've looked at this in using 2 different ways to try to get at the answer. In the first one, the Johnson and Bellett's 2015, we did a statistical sampling of the DWR well completion reports to figure out, to estimate where domestic wells were across the state, and then combine that with census data to come up with a map of the density of households using domestic wells. So the little pixels on there are the 1 square mile sections. Later, we went ahead and developed some other approaches to it because we wanted to spread this out to be able to look at domestic wells across the whole nation. So Tyler developed a methodology using the road network to figure out where domestic wells might be, crossed that with the census data, and actually came up with a fairly similar heat map of where there are domestic wells in the state. So armed with that map, the places where we've been sampling for the last several years are based on trying to sample the areas of the state where there are a lot of people using domestic wells. And as you can see from the map, that some places where we all expected, like Central Valley and Salinas Valley, but some other places that were kind of a surprise, like the Sierra Nevada foothills. So you'll see some more data on that later. After doing that sort of initial look at the locations of wells, we've really dug in and looked in more detail at it. As we're going around the state looking at sampling domestic wells, for each area we're doing a complete review of the well completion reports and extracting information from them, including point locations, exact lat longs. And we're working closely with DWR so that this is not a duplication of effort between the Water Board and the DWR OSCAR system. We're gathering information that's then being used to augment what's in OSCAR, and then also we're doing some quality control checks on it, a lot of quality control checks. We're also coordinating this with local entities You'll hear a presentation later today from Mike Hickey from the Tulare GIS Collaborative. He's been working with us as well as a demonstration of how state, local, and federal agencies can work together to get a much better product than anyone doing the work on themselves could get. And also as part of this, we're going county by county and gathering information on the state smalls, both locations and getting the water quality data digitized. In some counties, this data is available only on paper records. So it is slowly getting into being electronic records. All this information is being fed into the Water Board's online system, and Dory Bellin, after I finish, will tell you a little bit about that. Once we have all this data on wells, there are lots of interesting things we can do with it. This is just one example of using information about well depths and locations in the Central Valley to come up with wall-to-wall maps of what are the depths in the aquifer system that are used by these different well types. Some of the data presented here is the baseline data that went into some of the work that Katie Ransom is going to talk about later. So, water quality conditions. I apologize for that being a little small, at least it is for my eyesight from here. We haven't sampled the whole state yet. The study units that we have sampled are in the solid colors there. The ones in the dashed lines are ones that we're supposed to be sampling in 2019 should the federal shutdown ever end. And these are areas in the state that have a high density of domestic well use. One of the things about the way we do the sampling is it's not just voluntary. I mean, the sampling is voluntary, but we set up a grid system and spatially distribute the wells that we sample. And in that way, the data that we get really can tell us what are the most widespread water quality issues in domestic wells. If you just ask people, oh, do you want your well sampled, you could get 90% of the people from 1 3-block area, and that doesn't give you a good picture of really what is the full extent of the issue across the whole area. So for any of you who have tried to sample domestic wells, this is a monumental task to go out there. It's knocking on doors, cold calling people in person to ask permission to sample wells, and then sampling some very interesting well setups. Domestic wells do not look like public supply wells. So anyway, kind of the big picture of what we found in terms of water quality is in domestic wells statewide, the big issues are the ones we sort of could have guessed: nitrate, uranium, arsenic for things that have MCLs. For things that have SMCLs, there's a lot of high TDS, manganese, iron. There are also, depending on where you are in the state, other issues that are really important locally for domestic wells, such as fluoride, fumigants, perchlorate, other radioactivity other than uranium, selenium, chromium. And then there's also things that are currently unregulated that have health-based thresholds, but they don't have any regulatory thresholds. So depending on how regulations change in the future, things like hexavalent chromium, molybdenum, vanadium, strontium, boron, all those things could also be really important domestic well water quality issues in some areas. So we have a huge amount of data, and I can't really give you a complete overview of everything. So I'm going to kind of give you the flavor of what we found by telling you 6 stories. And I've given these sort of, it's not exactly humorous, but kind of colloquial titles to the stories. So nothing happens right away. nothing is as simple as it seems. Everything is connected to everything else. Rules can change. Chemistry really does matter. High school teacher was right. And population grows. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to step through each one of those stories, and each one of them will be kind of an example of something that's really important in the data that we've gathered that really speaks to things that should be considered in this whole process of the needs assessment. The first one, nothing happens right away. This little story is about groundwater age and prediction of nitrate concentrations. So groundwater age is a concept that when you talk to domestic well owners, it's something they've never thought of before. So people are always really fascinated by this. Basically, the idea is that, other way. Thank you. The idea here is that water takes time to move down through the aquifer system, so that a typical public supply well might be tapping water that's anywhere from decades to centuries to millennia old. Domestic wells tend to be shallower in many parts of the state, so they may be tapping water that's years to decades or older. And this has really important implications for how you can change or remediate the water quality in wells. So one of the things that is would be a good thing to know is if you could figure out what is the distribution of ages of the water that a well is tapping, you could use that to predict things about how the water quality in the well is going to change as conditions change over time. And there are two ways of getting that information. The jagged black line on the graph, this is a graph of the fraction of water in the sample on the y-axis and the age of the water on the x-axis. You could develop a full groundwater flow model for your entire basin and do a particle tracking model to figure out how long water takes to get to the well, and you could use that to, that would give you the black line on the graph. That's a pretty labor-intensive thing to go and develop a full groundwater flow model. So at the USGS, we've done a lot of work developing techniques of using groundwater age dating tracers, where you can go and sample one well for a bunch of age dating tracers. Now, these are fairly expensive analyses, but nothing like creating a whole groundwater flow model, and calculate what the groundwater age distribution is. And that's the two colored lines on that graph, two different assumptions about how the system is structured. So what can you use this for? Well, here's an example. This is a graph showing nitrate on the y-axis and year on the x-axis. The heavy black line is the concentration of nitrate in the recharge water. So this is for somewhere in the Central Valley from 1940 to 2000 or so, when this information was put together. The concentration of nitrate in the recharge water was increasing. And the concentration of nitrate in the well, that's all those little yellow dots, was also increasing. Based on the groundwater age distribution in that well, we can calculate how will the nitrate concentration in the well change with time if the recharge water changes. So for example, if all of a sudden in the year 2020, there was a big change in land management in that area and the recharge water suddenly had 0 nitrate in it, how long would it take the well to have 0 nitrate? Well, the answer is a really long time. Because of the time it takes the water to get to the well, the concentration in the well is going to keep going up for, another 10 years, even after the land use change is made. And it's going to take decades past that for the concentration to drop back down. And how fast this happens depends on how deep the well is and what the age structure is. But basically, nothing's going to happen right away. So that makes groundwater kind of a challenge to manage. Second story. Nothing is as simple as it seems. This is an example of nitrate in agricultural land use. We've all heard a lot about the Salinas Valley. I apologize for this being a little hard to see the dots on there, but the map is of the Salinas Valley. We sampled 4 study areas within the Salinas Valley. And the graph on the other side is a plot of the percent of ag land use in each study area versus the percent of the area that has nitrate concentrations either above the MCL in yellow or above half the MCL in orange. So if you just look at the yellow points, it looks like, yeah, this kind of makes sense with how we think where the nitrate is coming from, that as ag land use percentage goes up, the proportion of the area that has high nitrate goes up. But if you look at nitrate over 5 milligrams per liter, which is definitely well above background and indicating some anthropogenic input, that Highlands area, the H dot, has way higher nitrate than you would expect if it were only from ag land use. So nothing is as simple as it seems. We know there are nitrate sources in ag land use, but that's not the only source out there, and we have to understand how each local area is working to know whether that's the full story or not. Here, clearly, it's not the full story. Everything is connected to everything else. This is a story about uranium in the San Joaquin Valley. This takes a little bit of time to set up, so bear with me here. For this, I'm going to focus, this is on the Kings Basin in the San Joaquin Valley. This is where Fresno is. The black line through the basin that goes from northeast to southwest, I've used that as a cross-section and kind of collapsed all the wells towards the cross-section. The red ones are domestic wells that we sampled, and the blue ones are public supply wells. And the graph on the page shows the depth of the wells. So overall, domestic wells are a lot shallower than the public supply wells. So this is the gamma assessment. Using our grid-based assessment, we can get a pretty solid estimate of what percent of the area of the Kings Basin has high concentrations for these various constituents. So for each one of these pie diagrams, the yellow fraction is the percent of the area that has concentrations above the MCL. The green is between half the MCL and the MCL, and the blue is below half the MCL. So the big players in the Kings Basin are nitrate, TDS, uranium, arsenic, and fumigants. So, and as you can see, there's a big difference between what's going on in the domestic wells and what's going on in the public supply wells. In particular, nitrate and uranium are much more prevalent in the domestic wells. I'll get back to the 123 TCP later, so just sort of keep that in the back of your mind. So, zooming in and looking at the nitrate and uranium, this is a plot of the nitrate concentrations and the uranium concentrations in the wells along that west to east or east to west transect. And there's a lot of high nitrate and high uranium in the domestic wells, but it's not in the same places in the system. So the high nitrate is kind of where you expect it to be. It's associated with areas of ag land, of really intense ag land use up on the alluvial fans. The uranium, total surprise. That's not, we wouldn't have guessed that just from, if we were guessing. So, zooming in, looking at the uranium a little better, this is a plot of the depth of the well versus the uranium concentration, and the points are colored by the age of the sample. So the dark blue ones are young water, that's less than 60 years, which in groundwater speak is young. The gray ones are old water that's hundreds to thousands of years old. In the Central Valley, there's a lot of wells, the tap water that's, up to 10,000 years old. And the blue ones are mixed, the light blue ones are mixed, modern and old. So what you can see is high uranium only happens in wells that have young water, except for there's one that's different. There's always one sample that's doing something different. But pretty much, high uranium is only in samples that have young water. So what's changed in the San Joaquin Valley? Well, pretty much everything has changed in the San Joaquin Valley. In terms of the uranium story, what's important is that the entire groundwater flow system has changed. The top box plot shows the pre-development flow system, where water was primarily recharged up near the Sierra front and gradually percolates its way through the system, and the central part of the valley was actually a discharge zone with artesian wells and swamps, swamps is pejorative, wetlands, before the extensive development of a lot of pumping and irrigation. The sediment in the San Joaquin Valley is coming largely from the Sierra Nevada, which has a lot of granites, which happen to have a lot of uranium-bearing minerals in them. Under the pre-development conditions, the uranium was quite happily stuck to the sediments. So the groundwater did not have a lot of uranium in it. Under the modern conditions, we've completely changed how the system works, both in terms of where the recharge occurs. It now occurs across the entire system because there's irrigation. The speed at which it goes, the circulation is now going like 6 to 10 times faster than it used to because we're applying water and pumping it. And the importance for the uranium story, the chemistry of the water changed. So the purpose of irrigation is to grow plants. Plants produce CO2 in their root zones. The CO2 dissolves in the water to make bicarbonate, and the bicarbonate makes the uranium soluble. So all of a sudden, all that uranium that was sitting happily on the sediments becomes soluble in the water, and because we're doing a lot of irrigating and pumping, that uranium-laden water is being pulled down through the aquifer system. Right now, it's in the domestic wells, but in another couple of decades, that water is going to be pulled down to the level of the public supply wells. So in our efforts to decide how we're going to deal with water quality issues in domestic wells, we need to think about what this is going to look like in the future. So simply hooking up people to public supply systems may not totally solve the problem unless we're also going to be dealing with the future of the public supply systems. Okay, next story. Rules can change. This is a story about 123 TCP. As you know, 123 TCP recently got an MCL, 2014, it got an MCL. So before 2014, yes, there were 123 TCP detections in the water, but it didn't really, nobody really cared. Now people care a lot. This is the Southeast San Joaquin Valley. The red dots are domestic wells that have 123 TCP over the new MCL. It's about 20% of the area of the system. 20% of the area used for domestic wells has 123 TCP over the MCL. And again, this is a problem that is now something we all need to be concerned about because the MCL was implemented in 2014. The rules changed. And, more things are going to happen in the future with what constituents are of concern in water quality as more information becomes available on what things may be of health concern to people. So it's important to be monitoring for things, even if they aren't regulated now, because we need to know about these things before we all of a sudden have a change in rules and then don't have the data to figure out what to do about it. Chemistry really does matter. This is a story of two trace metals. Again, San Joaquin Valley, we have a lot of data there, so I have a lot of focus on it. These are the same kind of pie diagrams as I showed you before for the Kings Basin. For each one, the top pie is the domestic wells, the bottom pie is the public supply wells. And the big point here is that here, instead of the big difference being between shallow and deep, it's the big difference is between which basin you're in. So like the Tulare Lake Basin has high arsenic, both shallow and deep. And some of the other basins, there's not really much of a difference between shallow and deep. So there's something else controlling what's going on here. Well, the big thing that's controlling arsenic is geochemical conditions. So this is the data divided up into 4 groups based on whether or not the water has dissolved oxygen in it. So that's oxic, yes, anoxic, no. And whether or not the water has high pH or low pH. And it turns out that in the San Joaquin Valley system, you get the highest arsenic concentrations when the water has no oxygen and the pH is high. So you really have to understand what's going on in the system. Now, that pattern is not true necessarily in other places in the state. For example, in the volcanic areas up in the northeastern corner of California, you have a lot of high arsenic in oxic water with high pH. So you really have to understand how the geochemistry is working in different areas of the state to make sense of what's going on. So that I'm not only talking about the San Joaquin Valley, one of the places we've done a lot of sampling for the domestic wells that we didn't do quite as much for in the public supply wells is wells in fractured bedrock aquifers. So there are 5 areas of the state where we sampled in these fractured bedrock aquifers. What each one of these graphs is showing and look at the Salinas one in the bottom corner as an example. The y-axis is the percentage of the area in purple, that has concentrations over the MCL or the SMCL for nitrate in green, various metals with MCLs in red, manganese in gray, and TDS in blue. So in Salinas, about 45% of the area used for domestic wells has TDS concentrations above 1,000 milligrams per liter. So that's how these graphs work. And what you can see is that, yes, all 5 of these areas are fractured bedrock aquifers, but they have really different patterns of what's going on with the groundwater quality. And in particular, look at the red bars for all the trace elements, arsenic, barium, fluoride, selenium, and uranium, and the gray bars for manganese. So the ones up in the Sierra foothills in the north, the Yuba Bear and the McCollum-Consumnes American, there the big issue is manganese. But down in the foothills in Tulare, the big issues are uranium, fluoride, and arsenic. In Salinas, manganese is an issue, and arsenic, barium, fluoride, selenium, and everything is an issue. So the question is, well, why? Chemistry is the answer. So this is a geologic map of the state of California, and the different areas that we sampled have different bedrock geology. So these aquifers are all hard rock aquifers, but they're all really different. So the Tulare foothills is primarily granitic, so you end up with a lot of things that are higher in granites, like uranium. The bedrock up in the Yuba Bear and the McCollum-Consumnes is primarily metamorphic rocks, and what we found is up there, the big issue is manganese. There's a lot of anoxic water, there's a lot of manganese. In Salinas, there's a whole mixture of different rock types, so you get a little bit of everything, and there are a lot of metamorphosed marine sediments, so you end up with a lot of high TDS. So where you are in the state, the geology is different, so the water quality issues can be different. Okay, last little story. Population grows. This is an example not of water quality, but of how land use change is affecting groundwater availability in the foothills. So this is looking at the Yuba Bear watershed. The sort of maps on one side of the diagram are the areas of Nevada and Yuba counties that are in the Yuba Bear watershed, and those are the locations of 22,000 domestic wells drilled in hard rock in that area. So the blue dots at the bottom are ones 1965 to 1979, more wells 1990 to 1999, 1980 to 1999, and then the top ones in orange are the more recent ones. When you plot the median depth of those wells, a very surprising thing came up in that there is an increase in the median depth of the wells drilled. As you go from a few wells to eventually 22,000 wells, the wells are having to be drilled more deeply. Well, what's changed up there? The red line on there shows the expansion in the area used for residential land use. Now, a lot of the residential development in that area is not in the cities that have public water systems. It's dispersed residential development, and people are all drilling their own wells. So this vast increase in residential development, because the population is increasing, the foothills are a very nice place to live, means there are a lot more wells being drilled, and that's having an effect on how deep people are having to drill their wells, which of course is going to have an effect on the water quality. We're working on figuring out what that is at the moment, but it certainly has an effect on water availability. This area of the foothills was, when DWR did their report in 2014 on wells areas of the state that had wells that had to be deepened due to the drought, this area of the foothills had the most wells of anywhere in the state, more than Tulare County in the San Joaquin Valley. This was the hot spot of people whose wells were running dry and had to have deeper wells drilled. So I'm actually running right on time. So considerations overall for domestic well needs assessment are nothing happens right away. Need to be considering groundwater age and how long it's going to take to have whatever remediation done actually affect the water in the well. So it's very likely that because it takes such a long time to change the groundwater in the aquifer, there's going to have to be more immediate solutions to solve the problem of providing people safe water now, while these solutions that involve remediating the aquifers are being implemented over a much longer period of time. Nothing is as simple as it seems. Nitrate is, we all think of nitrate as, okay, it's ag's fault. Well, that's not necessarily the case in different parts of the state. There are areas where there's a lot of nitrate that appears to be coming from septic systems. So it's very important to understand where the contaminant is coming from before trying to implement a solution to making it go away. Everything is connected to everything else. Again, that was the uranium story. Just by doing one thing that shouldn't seem like it should have any effect on uranium, it's a trace element, it's naturally occurring. Agriculture, why should that affect that? Well, it does, because anything that we're doing to the system, whether it be recharging with different water than we recharged with before, is changing the chemistry of the system, and that has the potential to change what contaminants, even natural contaminants, will be in the system. Rules can change. The primary focus here for the Water Board in doing this needs assessment is protecting public health and making sure that people who are using domestic wells have access to safe, clean water. As more information becomes available over time, it is likely that there will be more things like 123 TCP that we didn't think were a problem before, but now we know they really are a problem. So it's important to make sure that our data collection is broader than just what's currently regulated right now, so that we're prepared when these things happen. Chemistry really does matter. geology and groundwater geochemistry, redox conditions, pH, composition of the major ions in the water, all of that has a strong effect. For an example I didn't show, to do with VOCs, there are a lot of VOCs that will degrade under anoxic conditions, but they won't degrade under oxic conditions. So whether or not you have to remediate the site and how you remediate it depends on the geochemistry. And finally, population grows. California is a rapidly growing state. Any solution that we implement now, we have to take into account the fact that people are moving, more people need water for different things. County land use decisions change over time, and all of that has to be incorporated into the planning process. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Miranda. We've got some feedback with respect to letting the people on the internet know that we're working on trying to access the questions that you may be asking, so we're unable to access that until we get help from IT, so we may have to wait till the end of the day to answer those questions. So thanks, Miranda. I think we have time just for one quick question, and then we'll turn it over to Dory for her talk. Angela?
So just a quick question and maybe a little comment. So another consideration is you don't know what you don't know. And so in the Salinas Valley, we know we have nitrate and arsenic and TDS. We've found some interesting detections recently working with DPR and others of pesticides. And I'm wondering to what extent your study included pesticides. I saw the fumigants, but like the pesticides that are on the DPR 6800 list.
Yes, we are analyzing for pesticides, and actually we've been working with DPR on interpreting that data. The reason I didn't mention the pesticides is we pretty much never see anything above an MCL, even in domestic wells. So since the focus right now is on things of really immediate health concern, I didn't mention them. But yeah, there is a very interesting story in the pesticide data looking at excuse me, frequency of occurrence and which pesticides occur where and those kinds of things.
All right. Thank you. So hold on to your questions until the end of the day when we have our roundup. So, and we appreciate Miranda coming in today. Excellent talk. So I'm going to turn it over now to Dory Bellin. She's an engineering geologist for our Gamma unit here at the State Water Board, and she's going to provide an overview of the data and information that we have available here at the State Water Board.
Thank you, John. Hello, I just want to take a minute. Yes, just as John said, thank you very much to the USGS for being here. You didn't have to be, so we really appreciate it, and just shows that your commitment to the Gamma program, and thank you very much. So I'm just going to be pretty quick here. Miranda gave most of the talk about Gamma, so you'd learn about the shallow aquifer assessment, learn about the work that Tyler Johnson's done about locating domestic wells and understanding the population of those domestic wells. That's enough? Yeah. All right. Got it. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to go over the last part of the Gamma program, which is a huge part, actually, is our public outreach, understanding our well owners, making sure they understand groundwater quality issues, and also what we do with our data. So Gamma program outreach is handled mostly by the USGS right now. They are the ones that are looking for the domestic well owners when we do the shallow aquifer assessment. They go and speak with them out at their homes and actually explain what groundwater quality is and why they should care. So we do a lot of work with our outreach, and we want to make sure that the well owners understand the groundwater quality and why it's important to participate in the Gamma program. Why this is important for the needs analysis is I can mention a little bit later, but there's a lot of avenues that we've already kind of created, so that access to well owners is there, and the Gamma program can be very helpful in that way. The data tools also are a huge part of our outreach. We now have even more tools out on the Gamma Online Tools webpage, And I hope you all can visit that page and give us some feedback about what you think of the newest tools. We're making sure that we express a lot of our results to the domestic well owners out there to make sure that they understand that their water is not regulated in any way. As I mentioned, the website's a great place. It also is a great place to look for those resources to domestic well owners. We have a lot of well owner guides, links to those drinking water quality laboratories that have been accredited in the ELAP program, a lot of the information about the GAMMA program, the previous work that we've been doing and we continue to do through the TRENDS program on the public supply wells, and a lot of the publications, over 100 publications we've done for the 35 plus study units for the public supply wells, and now through the shallow aquifer wells. The USGS has a great, their GAMMA site has a great outreach component as well. They have several videos that show Jennifer going to different well owners and talking to them and what it means for them to participate in the GAMMA program. They also have a feedback form, so if you are interested and you have a well located in the grids that they're looking for, there's a way for you to submit that information and interest. So GAMMA data. A lot of you probably know about GeoTracker GAMMA. We're liking to go over to now GAMMA water quality, the groundwater quality information system. So it's not a GeoTracker kind of thing, but that GeoTracker word came in there because we use the same interface. So our groundwater quality information system is a place where you can go to get all of the data that we have made through the GAMMA program. It also is really unique because it standardizes the data not across just the GAMMA program, but with a lot of other agencies too. So you can look at the DDW, public supply well data, the DWR data, all of the NWIS data from USGS, et cetera, et cetera. And we're adding more GAMMA data and other programs data continuously. I think every Friday we actually update the data. So not only can you access the data, you can download the data, you can query across all these different data sets. We have the tools that are online that I've mentioned on the online tools page for the GAMMA program. So there's another way of accessing this information. The USGS GAMMA program has a publications page, plus their NWIS system, plus a lot of other data tools that they have made, and our new trends tool will be coming out shortly. This is what it looks like when you go to the GAMMA groundwater quality information system. It's a Google-based map, and it lets you query against a lot of different agencies' groundwater data, and you can download that data. You can do whatever you want for an extended analysis too. Depth data, as you know, has been a challenge for us. Not every agency collects that data, and it has not previously been reported on the information system. For the wells that do have this information, we do have the depth data coming out very shortly for everyone. And we will also have a new tool called the depth filter, and it'll allow you to define an actual well screen interval for how you would like to filter those certain wells between certain depths. So look for that really shortly, and we'll send out another GAMMA LYRIS listserv announcement when that's available. These are the GAMMA online tools that I mentioned. We now have about 8 of them, which is really cool. We'll be coming out with more as we have new issues come up and more interest come up. The well completion report digitization project that Miranda had briefly mentioned to you before, that will be on this page when we start getting that data a little bit more clean and an interface developed for you guys. We will also have that trends tool that I mentioned that USGS is developing currently. The 2 newest tools is my property near a either 123 TCP or nitrate impacted well. This is a great tool for domestic well owners to go and input their address, and they can see if their well is within a 2,000-foot buffer from an impacted well, which is a well that's had at least 1 detection over the MCL most recently. There's also a salt and nutrient management plan web map, and a really great new tool, I think it's on the previous page, our groundwater vulnerability using groundwater age data, our tritium helium data that has been analyzed by the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. This allows you to get a general idea of where that newest groundwater is, so you can see the youngest, most recharged water, so you can kind of assess a vulnerability of groundwater in those areas. So all these are accessible from the GAMMA Program Online Tools webpage. These are the well completion reports that have been digitized. You can see that they're not just at the center of every section. They have been carefully digitized by Sylvia and company, and they've done a really great job to get all this stuff electronically based. It will have a lot of information like total depth, number of intervals at interval depth, what kind of well it was, when it was created, and a lot of information. And this is very much what it will look like. Those are the counties that we have done so far and are in progress. And we add these counties as we do the study units for the shallow aquifer assessment. So we'll be moving into the Reading area next, and so that county will be completed next. I just wanted to kind of connect us to the needs analysis. You know, like I mentioned, GAMA has a lot of great outreach avenues already. Of course, we don't know how GAMA can help you, but you know, we can always possibly help in a lot of ways of using those relationships with well owners to advocate with maybe some partnerships with other groups of getting point of view systems, any water quality testing kits, et cetera. And of course, creating more data communication with tools on our website. All right, so thank you very much. What we're going to do now is if there's any immediate questions, I'll take them, but we do have one speaker today that needs to call in via Skype. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, allow us to connect the room to that phone number, and we'll be listening to him over the speakers. And we'll try not to talk on these microphones too much when we're connected to the telephone because it made that weird echo. But we'll go ahead and take that quick break while we get that set up. Do I have any questions that need right now? Yeah. For
Fresno, there's 100 wells. Let's just pretend there are 100 wells. What percentage of those are in the GAMA database?
So in the data, in the information system that I was speaking of, we have all wells that have been sampled from the GAMA program. We have all the drinking water wells from Division of Drinking Water. We have all of the wells that have been volunteered in the DWR, like HASGEM system. We have all DPR pesticide regulation wells, all previous studies done with USGS and NWIS. You know, data gaps exist, but I would say of those wells that are regulated or have been in our system that we know of, I would say a good 70, 80% is a good guess. Any other immediate questions? All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and take that quick 5-minute break.
So thanks for having me today. As I mentioned, I've been made and happy that I could still participate. So what I'm going to speak to you about today is some information about legacy water well constructions and the potential impacts on water quality. Unfortunately, my telephone is still on. Give me a second here. We're experiencing technical difficulties, but I'm surprised. There we go. Well, outline for the presentation. So I'm going to give you an overview of the factors affecting water quality, supply wells, and then talk about the potential impacts to a specific class of problem, which has to do with legacy well constructions, and then suggest a potential path forward. So some of the factors that affect water quality in water supply wells include surface water impact, separation from shallow strata, that is, are the well constructions separated from shallow strata, contribution from impaired strata, the condition of the wells, and then this condition that I will refer to, or this phenomenon of conduit wells, a couple of different instances of that, which I'll explain. So here's a schematic that you'll see multiple times or several times during this presentation. It's a cross-section of a well. And if you can see my pointer, you'll see that I'm pointing at the land surface, this horizontal line at the top. And then we have a water table with a cone of depression above the well. That's this dipping black line with the inverted triangle. Then there's the well structure itself, which is essentially a vertically oriented pipe that keeps the hole open in an unconsolidated sedimentary environment, such that the hole doesn't cave in and bury the pump. So the pump inside the well, and then there are these well screens. I've got 3 different intervals shown here. These are intervals where the perforated portions of the casing, where water from the water-bearing sediments can enter the well and then hydraulically communicate with the pump and be moved to the land surface. The borehole was wider than the casing, so you have a larger hole with annular space, a donut of space around the well that is filled with material. Down in the screened interval zone, it's filled with sand and gravel. It's called a gravel pack. It's engineered based upon the particle size distribution of the material. Then there's a well seal, usually a grout that is installed up above. Now, with respect to surface water impacts, the first process we should talk about is the potential for contaminants to get into the well at land surface. Surface water pollutants, oftentimes bacterial agents, can enter, or biological agents, both bacterial and viral, can enter the well and reside in the well and grow, and the well is turned on. Water with some bacterial load and maybe also pollutants that might be carried in some of that water could come out. Surface water can also enter a well if the seal in the annular space is cracked up or non-existent or somehow defective. Water can make its way down and into the near well environment and into the well itself again. So you need to have a proper cap on a well, or discharge plate if it's a vertical turbine pump and you have a driver, motor above. And you need to have a proper seal on the well. Now, in some cases, groundwater is under the influence of surface water. And this is, I'm depicting here an example of a project that I had where we were getting intermittent slugs of nitrate coming into a well and was being reflected in the discharge quality of water in the well. And the well was close to a stream, and the depth to the bed of the stream was relatively close to the depth of the bottom of the seal. It's only 20 feet to the bottom of the seal in this case. That works for residential construction if you meet minimum design requirements. But this was a fairly deeply incised stream, so there wasn't much vertical separation or horizontal separation between the stream bed and the well, and there were impacts to the surface water that were periodic. So another surface water type of an impact to the water quality of this well. Next, we'll talk about the separation from shallow strata. So here, in the shallowest portions of the groundwater system, you can have water quality that's affected by operations of land surface. So here I'm mentioning a non-point source pollutant as well as a point source pollutant, or a class of point source pollutants. So we could have nitrate, which is considered often a non-point source pollutant, or we could have a VOC, a benzene, a toluene, ethylbenzene, TCE, something like that. It could have originated at ground surface and has made its way into the shallow part of the groundwater system. And if the well isn't screened deeply enough or sealed deeply enough, such that the gravel pack and the screen are deep enough to get away from these shallower contaminants, they can enter a well as well and affect water quality. Here's another example from my consulting work where there was a well that had been deepened and the screen was put down at depth, and it was deepened specifically, or a new well was put in, a deeper well, specifically to get away from nitrate. But the driller, this is a well that I looked at long after it had been installed, the driller gravel packed very far back up the well, back up to the zone where the original screen had resided, because they were in non-conductive material at depth. And I think the driller knew that there needed to be a source of water for the well. So in this given situation, I did a lot of profiling of the subsurface and know where the nitrate was and wasn't in the vertical profile in this system. This gravel pack came up far enough to water-producing strata that contained nitrate, and when this well kicked on, there was not much water to be had at depth based upon the pumping rate imposed on the system, pumping demand imposed by this pump. So the water came down the gravel pack and up the well. So we have to think about both the screened intervals and the gravel pack. It's all an intake structure for the well, which allows the well, or the water resource, the groundwater resource, to communicate with the pump. So another situation, it can happen at depth. We're just talking about the shallowest. We're kind of working from shallowest to deepest in a groundwater system. One can think about deeper strata, which might have naturally occurring constituents, such as arsenic. We find arsenic, manganese, iron, in some cases uranium or TES, or iron sulfide at different, H2S, hydrogen sulfide, at different depths in a system, and they can be associated with specific strata. So you can have a stratum that has a fairly significant flow rate contributing to your pumping demand that is also impacted by an undesirable constituent at some notable concentration, and as a result, this mass loading at this depth will mix with all the other maybe cleaner flows in the well, and what is expressed at ground surface and discharge is a water quality problem. This is an issue that I work on quite a bit, trying to modify wells after the fact to reduce the nitrate loads. You can have a different situation if the geology is different, where that higher concentration is associated with a lower hydraulic conductivity material and therefore lower flow rates. The overall mix might not be so bad, and the water quality is okay when a well is first installed. But now you need to think about how a well evolves and how its conditions evolve over time. When a well is used, over time, physical, chemical, and biological processes tend to clog up the intakes and screens and change the ability to pass water, to transmit water to the pump. So what is often seen is that the shallowest interval, which tends to have some of the higher flow rates in many cases because it's closest to the pump, will become impacted and the flow rates will drop. So in the situation I showed you a minute ago where I said flow rates are fairly low in this impacted stratum, therefore the mix is acceptable, you have to consider what happens when the zone starts to clog up. Over time, the water quality in a well can trend, not because a plume is moving in, but because the efficiency of the well structure itself is changing and evolving with time. And in this case, if this zone plugged up, the pumping demand would shift deeper down the hole, and there could be more flow coming in from this impacted zone. Combine that with less flow from this clean zone, your mix changes, your water quality would worsen. Similarly, this is another example from before where I showed the shallowest water quality being impacted. You have some situations where there's enough water flowing in down below that the shallowest poor quality water is diluted enough that you don't have a water quality problem. But many wells, if left for decades, as I've often seen, will fill up at the bottom with sediment. You have a constant rain of bacterial sloughing and bits of sediment and some inorganic precipitates that fall down into wells and fill them up. And I've seen wells that could have 90 or 100-foot screened interval with over half of it buried in sediment. So then you're shutting off these deeper, cleaner flows in this situation, and again, your mix will change, and you will have poor water quality over time. So my final example before we talk about the legacy construction, and this works into that, is this conduit effect that you will often see with wells. Many wells are used mostly in the summer and less in the winter, especially when you have well fields where they're meeting a summer demand, which is higher, maybe by a factor of 2 than winter demand. And then in the winter, they turn off certain wells because they're maybe less economically efficient. They cost more energy. The energy cost is higher to produce a unit volume of water than some other wells. So they have their go-to wells, which they tend to run year-round, and then these seasonal wells. When those seasonal wells are turned off, especially in situations where pumping occurs at depth and recharge occurs at surface, maybe in areas where you have return flow from agriculture, you'll see a downwardly oriented vertical gradients. So when you have a well that has contaminants in the shallower zone, you have a big open vertical pipe which imposes much less resistance to vertical flow than do water-laying, relatively horizontally laying sediments. This well becomes a conduit, so it's energetically more favorable for water to get from high potential to low potential, that is, from the shallower depth in the system to the deeper depth in the system. It's a lot easier to flow into the well, down and out, less energy is expended, so physically that's what occurs. And when you have long screened intervals or screen sections that are separated by relatively long distances, I'm talking about 100 feet or more, you'll start to see these kinds of dynamics, and contaminated water from shallow will go in, down, out, and displace the clean water. And then this well kicks on, all of the water quality is reflective of the less desirable water quality that's shallowest in the well. So this well is effectively contaminated itself, and it can take from hours to months to clean a moving along and sort of building on that concept, sometimes when you have a conduit well, there can be other wells nearby that are pumping. The reason why you have this downward vertical gradient is because there are these other wells pumping at depth. And if you have some of these conduit wells nearby, the contamination that enters the subsurface can then migrate. I've seen this occur over thousands of feet from a well that's acting as a conduit over to another well that is pumping. In some cases, there are other wells like this that become contaminated but have longer streams. And when they're off, they in turn can act as conduits as well. So effectively what's happening is these well structures are increasing the vertical hydraulic conductivity of some of our groundwater systems. And I've got a couple of publications I'll reference at the end of this talk that speak to that issue, and they make reference of some USGS articles and others that have also indicated that you can see an increase in your vertical hydraulic conductivity in some of these groundwater systems by a factor of 10 or so. So the common threads here, construction details and well condition have to be considered with respect to the water quality stratification. That is where the water quality is worse in a column, and the hydrogeology. You certainly must consider these things for new well constructions. But the challenge is, what do you do about the large population of existing wells that can be acting as conduits and causing this contamination on an ongoing basis? And I deal with this problem quite frequently in my practice. So I want to present some information on the potential for these legacy wells to impact water quality. And what I'm going to present to you, some of you may have seen it back in September. It's from the GRA annual conference. So I've already mentioned to you that in these natural systems, well, I've mentioned we have vertical gradients, but I'll back up a little bit and say that in a natural system, there are areas where there are naturally downward vertical gradients and other areas where there might be upward vertical gradients. And as I had mentioned a minute ago, when you start to pump at depth, you can cause additional downwardly oriented vertical gradients. And then when you start to think about wells that exist in that environment and how they're structured, they can act as conduits. So if we think about a properly constructed and sealed well that has a gravel tube as well going down through the seal, and here I'm just representing a conductive zone in white, a less conductive zone in gray, and then another conductive zone in white down below. If you have a problem with various aspects of this well construction, you can have conduit flow and potentially contaminant migration to different levels of magnitude. So if you have a hole in the gravel fill tube, you could have some contaminant flow down that. If you have a gravel pack that is much higher in the well and cross-cuts some of the strata that are impeding vertical flow, that can lead to vertical migration. And then obviously if you have screened intervals that span these lower hydraulic conductivity materials, you can have probably your highest flow rates. Just to give you a sense, this is a log scale horizontally, and I have different classes of sizes of pipes and material and some estimates of what the vertical hydraulic conductivity would be. You can see that for your clays and silts, in terms of centimeters per second, you're down in the 10 to the negative 4, 10 to the negative 6 centimeters per second for the vertical hydraulic conductivity. By the time you get up to open pipes, you're up to 10 to the 4 or 10 to the 6. So many, many orders of magnitude difference in the hydraulic conductivity, therefore the flow rates that will occur. So some of this is review from some of what I said before, but you can have undesirable constituents at shallow, vertical gradient, contaminants can move down and displace good quality water at depth. That's a modeling of this and looked at what might happen on a seasonal basis, repeated seasonal basis. You can have a well this is the well, and I've got a high 100 milligrams per liter constituent conservative tracer in the shallow zone, and nothing down below, 0. You can see the contamination migrate out during a 6-month period, 6 months, and there's a capture zone. But because there's a horizontal regional gradient in this area, everything is cleaned up above the pump, upflow from the pump, but there's a limit to the capture extent at the downflow end of the system. So some of the contaminant mass escapes. year, another season of the well being off and more contamination migrates down the well, and so on and so forth. So I decided to take a look at part of the Central Valley where I do quite a bit of work on this problem, and I know that it tends to be quite prevalent. Pronounced agricultural activity, significant groundwater pumping, stratification of sediments and of water quality, all the conditions that I've just mentioned that would lead to the potential for vertical migration of contaminants that could then impact water quality. A couple of references that show up at the end, but this is a particularly notable issue in the southern part of the valley in my experience, and it's a potential contributing factor to non-point source contamination problems like nitrate. So I decided, and I should mention this was some work I did for a dissertation that was funded by UC Water and UC Davis, and I decided to apply some of my methods to the southern part of the Central Valley and do a survey-level investigation so to get a sense of how big the problem was, what the potential scope of the problem was. Because of SGMA and because of other efforts at the state level, there's a wealth of new data available, and I decided I was going to evaluate this conduit condition. So I've mentioned the reasons why conduit activity could occur, and that you all have access to a PDF of this version of the slide, so I'm not going to spend too much time in some of these spots. This is the condition that I'm looking at, which is water well screen staining for clay. And I decided to use the CV salts data set for total dissolved solids and nitrate as nitrogen and take a look at what's happening with respect to the Corcoran clay. And I used the USGS data about the spatial extent and the depth to the top and the thickness of the Corcoran clay. And I used the Oscar database for the well constructions that's available through DWR. Here I plotted up for the whole Central Valley, and I should say that each of these dots is a square mile. I just aggregated well counts to the section level, the township range and section public land survey system. So these are slightly older numbers. There have been some changes updates to the Oscar database, but you get a sense that there are lots of wells and lots of domestic wells, quite a number of irrigation wells and some other public and industrial wells. And these irrigation wells tend to be deeper, so they're pumping at greater depth, and some of them tend to have long screened intervals. So then we took a look at some of the water quality data. So here's the CD salts data broken out by secondary MCL and chronic and short-term and long-term advisory levels for the Central Valley from the CD salts data set. And here it is for nitrogen relative to the MCL of 10, nitrate is nitrogen. And you can see this spatial distribution of these constituents and of these wells. And here's the Corcoran clay. Here's the footprint of the Corcoran clay. So I decided to just limit my review to the footprint of the Corcoran clay. There are many other clay layers in the Central Valley that could be considered as well, but I thought this would be a useful place to start. So within the footprint, you've got this count of wells. You've got about 17,000 domestic wells and about 15,000 irrigation wells. And here's a representation of the Corcoran clay in terms of the depth to the top of the clay and then the thickness of the clay. And if you didn't worry about the spatial distribution and just took a look at the top of the clay and the minimum top of screens in the well population, you'd see some of them may sit above the top of the clay. And then if you looked at the bottom of the clay in blue and the bottom of the well screens, you see that some of them may sit below the bottom. The geospatial aspect of this really matters, though, so you need to do this at a location-specific basis and look at the wells in each of those square mile sections and the estimates at the top and the bottom of the clay elevation. So, if you take a look at these are the wells that are screened beneath the Corcoran clay. There are a lot up in this area. These tend to be residential, domestic wells, actually. But I looked at all the domestic and ag wells in the footprinted area. And these are the ones that are below the bottom of the clay. Now here's a subset. I'm sort of calling down the data set. These are the ones that span the Corcoran clay. So they're wells that, and counts and locations for wells that their screens stick up above the top of the Corcoran clay and screens stick down below the bottom of the Corcoran clay. So they could act as migration conduits, depending upon what the water quality is near them. So then you start to take the wells and you look at how many of them reside where relative to different constituents. So the total dissolved solids, about 27% of the wells in the Corcoran clay, regardless of whether they span or not, sit within areas where there are exceedances for TDS relative to the 500 level, 500 milligrams per liter level. And then if you look at the ones that span the clay, here's a breakdown. About 1,500 wells that sit in areas where there is poor water quality actually span the clay. You do the same thing for nitrate. You can look at, nitrate has a different distribution. So you look at the wells, the union of well locations and nitrate that's higher than the MCL. You see what sections those would be. Then you look at the ones, a subset of this, that actually span the clay. You have some hot spots, a couple of hot spots in here. You can see the color coding. Hotter spots. Then you can look at the combination of TDS and nitrate. Obviously, that's going to be a smaller number. So the takeaway points are that there's a wealth of information available to do this type of survey evaluation. And the results that I'm presenting here are within the context of the Corcoran clay, both its horizontal extent and the potential for migration below it. And I only considered these two constituents, TDS and nitrate. And these are some of the results that I got. So MCLs exceeded 27% of the wells had TDS higher than the MCL near them. About 36% of the wells had nitrate higher, and for both at about 17%. But then a subset of those, where those wells actually breached or spanned the Corcoran clay, much lower percentages overall. And you could use this type of information to plan site-specific evaluations as appropriate and investigate just small numbers of wells that might be potential factors. So a couple more slides. Potential path forward. We know that there's a great number of existing wells that create impediments for extension, there's a great number of wells, and that's going to create impediments for doing some sort of extensive remedial program. There's just too many wells out there to address, in my opinion. So you need to look for a means of achieving a high marginal impacts. Where are you going to get the lowest hanging fruit and the most betterment for the dollar spent? And additional study results that I'm going to show in a minute here might suggest a way to forward. So here's the nitrate transfer rate per section. I calculated how much nitrate would flow down each well, calculated the number of wells per section, and aggregated it up to that square mile basis, and then ordered them. And what you can see is that there are a fairly small number of wells that are creating the most nitrate transfer. About 10% of the transfers occurring in 10 sections or 21 wells. About 30% of the overall transfers is mass transfer across the clay is occurring in 61 sections and what appears to be about 225 wells. So this is where this concept of marginal impact, let's go for the greatest bang for the buck, if you will, go after the worst actors. So if you look in this area where you've got 30% of the transfer occurring, then you might say, well, are there any sensitive receptors near some of those wells? This is where the domestic well concept comes in. These four sections, which are located right here in this circle, are located very near many domestic water supply wells and have the potential to have cause this problem that I mentioned, where a conduit well moves contamination down to depth, and then it migrates over to other wells and impacts them. So here one could look in four sections at, how many wells did I say it was? 21 wells, and try to get a sense whether there's a problem there, and maybe protect or improve the water quality for many domestic wells. So that's all I have. Thank you for listening. There are a couple of open source papers that will provide you more information. You can just go to the hydrogeology journal and search my name.
Oh, bear with me. Rob, can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Rob right now? All right, we do have the Gamma email address if you have questions that you think of later. We'll go ahead and get to John.
All right, so
Thank you very much, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay, thanks very much.
All right, next up, we have our CV salts technical approaches for salt and nitrate characterization presented by Vicki Grabert from Ludorf and Scalamini. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think I need a control. Well, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And as John mentioned, an interest here today is in light of the studies that are going on and all the data sets being developed to bring forward information that's been developed from the CV salts process. So this is a program that's been going on for over 12 years, and there are a number of you in the room that have been diligent and part of that effort, and it's been a pleasure to be working with you. It includes state and federal agencies, local agencies, discharger communities, and environmental justice folks, and looking out for disadvantaged communities in particular. And this program is the acronym, the Central Valley Salinity Alternatives for Long-Term Sustainability, but quickly during the program, it incorporated nitrate as a key constituent. So you've heard a lot from the previous speakers, and there's various things that intertwine here, and that's all a good thing. So I'll try and relate, what we're doing for CV salts. We've been working with the group since 2009, and there are many reports that we've been involved in as part of that process, a lot going towards the development of the Central Valley, Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Management Plan, but also toward the upcoming Basin Plan Amendment, so resources for that work by the Regional Board and the CV Salts Program Group. So today I'm going to focus on a report that's in brief referred to as the High Resolution Report. This was started in early 2016 and completed by about mid to summer of 2016. It's over 3,100 pages. Most of that was maps and also tables. And the purpose of it was to try to, as best we could, identify the distribution of salt and nitrate in the groundwater system in the Central Valley. It also, though, included the Region 5 area, so as much as we could, we also mapped that information external to the Central Valley floor. And the focus of this was on nitrate and salt. Some of the key products that we developed were ambient nitrate and salt concentrations, predicted concentrations that were based on historical data and tendencies of those data, trends, and also assimilative capacity. And through this effort, we tried to use the publicly available data at the time. So for Region 5, that was over 46,000 wells. However, a lot of those wells didn't have construction information at the time. It's great, the State Board and DWR and others are working hard to try and, match up that well construction information with water quality and water level and other data sets to make them more informative. So these data of that collection for the Region 5 area, there are about 21,000 that were related to nitrate. And to give you a sense of how many had construction data, it was about 31% that had construction information, 69% that did not. So one of the things that we were trying to do was organize this data, which that's improving, as we go forward in time since this study, even though this study was relatively a recent time period ago. trying to organize that data relative to the part of the groundwater system that it represents. So we tried to look at what we referred to as an upper zone, which was focused on domestic wells and their completion, and then also a lower zone, which was more focused on municipal water supply well depths, and then accounting for the presence of the Corcoran clay where it exists. There was also what we designated a lower part of the aquifer system. So I'm going to focus mostly on the upper zone since this workshop is focused on domestic wells. There are a number of data sets that we wanted to utilize to define the base of this upper zone in order to categorize these groundwater quality data. So at the time, we were able to coordinate with the USGS, and particularly Claudia Font and her team, those working on the Central Valley Hydrologic Model version 2. And there were data sets being developed to help improve the connection between the textural database for that model and the well construction available for that model and the representation of groundwater utilization both aerially and spatially for that model. So key things were domestic wells, what are referred to as farm virtual wells, so agricultural use, urban public water supply wells, rural public water supply wells. So all of those were related to information that was coming from these databases from the USGS. And it was extremely helpful to bring this in to extend the information available about the physical system to be able to relate that to the groundwater quality. And then another data set that was extremely helpful was the Division of Drinking Water construction information. It was an effort being done by the UC Davis and others to try and link up well construction information to the public water supply wells. At that time, there were a little over 18,000 wells that had that information connected. So those historical data sets connected to DDW wells, it was extremely helpful to be able to then represent that within the data set related to the groundwater system. So the next few slides are a little bit to describe how we took all these data sets and interpolated them in order to get 1 square mile delineations across the entire Central Valley floor to represent the bottom of this upper zone. So for each square mile, we took all of these data sets where they existed, and then we mapped them, and then we interpolated them for every square mile. So it's not like we came up with a uniform shallow zone or deep zone throughout the Central Valley floor. Each location was interpolated at a square mile. So an example of this for Sacramento area, we took each of the data sets, mapped them, what are the depth representations, for a certain area, and then these were combined, integrated to derive the results at the square mile configuration. So continuing this example, this is one cell at 1 mile by 1 mile, took each data set, and then we also weighted them. So we weighted them towards the domestic well depths, and then summed them to get an ultimate representation of the depth of the upper zone at that cell location. So with this, we mapped the whole valley. On the right-hand side of the slide, it shows the range, just for ease of looking at, it shows a large range, but each of these cells has an attribute down to the foot or whatever. And this was then used to be able to categorize the data to this system. So in the next slides, I'm going to step back to the Central Valley scale and provide some highlights of the mapping results. So here we're showing the wells with the data that were used in the Central Valley analyses on the left-hand side of the slide. And then what we're seeing just at a point data location for the average well nitrogen concentration within the upper zone. So red being nitrate over the MCL. These were about 21,000 wells at this point in time that we were able to map for nitrate. But of those, there were about 7,500 that are represented here for the upper zone. And then just showing a comparison between what we mapped for the upper zone versus the lower zone. In the lower zone, not being the entirety of the lower part of the groundwater system, but the lower zone being focused on municipal water supply well depths or deeper agricultural well depths, and showing the difference here. So on the left in the upper, being somewhat more colorful in the warm tones than when we look to the lower zone on the right-hand side of the slide and the deeper part of the system. But you'll note there's still a lot of, over the MCL nitrate showing up in red. And just one slide, here to represent all the other part of the mapping that we did. We also looked at TDS, and as Rob was mentioning in his presentation, we included upper zone and lower zone here. As you can see, the highest salinity is occurring on the west side of the valley, and the red is representing over 1,000 milligrams per liter TDS concentrations. We also looked at trends, and these were based on point locations and where there was sufficient data to be able to evaluate trends, both in the upper zone. So we showed the upper zone on the left-hand side of the slide, but also just for interest and not ignoring all these wells that we had no construction data for, but they still have really important information, and they have long-term data sets, and they can be informing, if not specifically for some things, they can certainly inform, where there's things to pay attention to. So on the other side, on the right-hand side of the slide, we have all wells and trends, including the upper, the lower, and where we didn't have any well construction information. So we have the red dots showing those locations where nitrates were trending at over 1 milligram per liter per year. And then we also looked at future predictions, and these are not the complexity of what Katie is going to talk about this afternoon, Katie Ransom. But these are using the existing data and looking at the tendencies of the existing data, whether there's trends moving upward or downward or stable, and what these would look like at different snapshots in time. So this takes the bookends of what we mapped for 10-year future conditions and 50-year future conditions for the upper zone for nitrate. And then just to sum up, a lot of mapping that we had done. This is kind of a 3D pseudo schematic of, showing the upper zone with the layering of what we know about nitrate concentrations in that zone compared to the lower zone at the bottom of the slide. So some differences as to where things are occurring, and pointing out that there are certainly areas where there is no Corcoran clay or sediments are more permeable, their well construction is contributing to movement, or the aquifer itself is contributing to movement. There's certainly areas where the lower zone municipal water supplies are also affected. So in the next series of slides, I'm going to start out with just a quick slide about domestic well and distribution and depth, and then move to a local example. So this one, you've seen other pictures of it, numbers of domestic wells and the depth of domestic wells. Here, the gradient towards the darker brown means shallower domestic wells. And this afternoon, you're going to hear an awful lot about this from Rich Palou. So moving to a local example in the King Subbasin, this is an area where CV Salts has done various work, including an ARC-type study. And here, we're just going to show how some of these data sets all can come together. So we have the domestic well density, and the lighter colors being less wells located in a section, and then moving to darker colors where there are denser distribution of wells in proximity to one another. And then a distribution of domestic well depth. So in the entirety of the subbasin at this time, there are about 15,000 wells. Average depth was 171 feet, and you can see this common bell-shaped curve. But what we're trying to show here is, and has been commented on in earlier presentation, that it really matters to look at what that depth distribution is across the area of interest for the analysis. So On the easterly side of the Kings Subbasin, we have significantly shallower wells, domestic wells, than on the westerly side of the subbasin. And then for purposes of today and interest in not only the domestic wells, but also the state small systems, we attempted to bring in locations of wells associated with those systems. At least on the publicly facing data, it's a little bit difficult to tease out state smalls from those that are community systems with more connections. So these are representing both of those. So there are about 264 wells that are part of the water systems in the Kings Subbasin. And then bringing in the nitrate mapping that we had done, and all of this mapping is to subbasins that were delineated at the time according to DWR's designations. Of course, that's shifted with basin boundary modifications, but these underlying layers can be conformed to the new basin boundaries as well. So here we're showing the upper zone and lower zone with ambient nitrate concentrations, and we're taking data for the 2000 to 2016 period for this purpose, just to have a good distribution of information across an area, and then separately looking at trends, with another approach to the analysis. These figures also show in the black outlined grid cells where the data are that these maps are based on with kriged information. So here we're showing nitrate and trends. So these are more at the point scale, and this is showing again, on the left side, the upper zone and trends, and we don't have as much information specific to wells that we know to be completed in this upper zone and that have a sufficient length of record in order to be able to analyze trends. And then on the right-hand side of the slide showing all of the wells, which you can see there's a lot more information about trends. It takes a local look and a local ferreting out of additional information and try to further inform, what these data, can tell us. So in this case, the orange color is showing where trends are increasing at 0.2 to a milligram per liter per year. So bringing these data sets together, the nitrate for the upper zone, along with the domestic well information, here, one dot actually represents 10 wells, so you can multiply how many wells are really shown in this area. And we can see, where we have a number of domestic wells that are certainly located in these areas that are mapped to higher nitrate tendencies. And then bringing onto the last slide and building upon it, we also brought in the system boundaries for the water systems within the Kings Subbasin. And the purpose of this was to try and identify, where the combination of domestic wells exists within the area, of where there are current water systems, and what the potential might be for looking at connecting some of those private supplies to an overall water system. So in conclusion, we mapped a lot of the existing data that was available at that time. Data sets are evolving, both physically, that information, which is great, and also the water quality information, and ideally being able to link all that up together, and especially the well construction information to the wells that have the measurement data. That's the hydrogeologist's dream, and for looking at the information and having it mean something. So we tried to coordinate all this information, and in the future, trying to coordinate the information that's being described today, I think will better inform the framework for the board and where it goes with the needs assessment. I think it'd be useful for using all this information to identify the needs for what else would be helpful to expand the attributes of the data sets, including the statewide database for water systems. And then, as I mentioned a moment ago, this is one snapshot, a little bit higher level. It had a certain purpose, but looking at this data, at the local level, further informs, what the information has to describe to the local stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vicki. So I think we have time for maybe one question before we break off for lunch. And does anybody have a question? All right, so let me give you some, if you're not familiar with the area, we've got the cafe downstairs in the lobby serving lunch and food, and then there are restaurants over across the street and on the other side of Travis Park. All right, everybody, welcome back. We'll go ahead and get started. If you can find a seat. And so now that it's gotten a little bit quiet, I wanted to make two announcements. One is that if you're here for the water rights workshop, that's not in this room. It's over in the Byron Share Auditorium. The venue got swapped with between water rights and this particular workshop. So if you have a friend that's coming to the Klamath Room, they need to turn around and go to the Byron Share Auditorium. Also, I'd like to acknowledge staff's effort on putting this workshop together, and in particular, the Gamma Unit team, Scott Seifried, wherever you are, and then Dorian Bellin, and we have Carolyn Cantwell and Emily Houlihan, as well as our friends in DDW, in particular, Wendy Kilu and Michelle Frederick. Thank you very much for all your help. So without further delay, let's go ahead and start it up again this afternoon. I'd like to introduce Catherine Ransom, postdoctoral researcher at UC Davis, Department of Land, Air, and Water Resources, who's going to give a presentation on a hybrid boosted regression tree model to predict and visualize nitrate concentrations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today. I'm excited to share this work with you, and I'm excited that we're all here talking about domestic wells today. So this work was a big collaborative effort between UC Davis, that's how I got involved, and the USGS. Many co-authors, lots of people contributed to this project. The people that you see here, my co-authors, and even more folks that aren't listed. So the goals of this study were to map groundwater nitrate wall to wall and top to bottom in the Central Valley Aquifer. Also to gain understanding of the system, to see if there are some inferences that we can draw from the model that we developed. This model is special because we had estimates of groundwater age. Those were mod flow, mod path, groundwater age estimates, and field scale nitrogen input, and also oxygen reduction potential that was mapped by the USGS Water Science Center. Celia Rosecrans did that. And these outputs from other models went into our model, and that's why we're calling it a hybrid model. We use the boosted regression tree method, which is a machine learning method, and I'll talk about a little bit about how that works. So here we have the nitrate cycle, the nitrogen cycle. I won't go into it into detail. The important thing to note is that nitrate is a naturally occurring form of nitrogen, and problems can occur when manure and fertilizer applications cause an excess of nitrogen to build up in the system. Lots of that gets converted to nitrate, which eventually makes its way to the groundwater. Also, septic tanks and leaky sewer lines can contribute in areas where those systems are dense. And natural sources also contribute, but in much minor amounts. Here's a map of a study done by the USGS in 2006. And you can see here that nitrate is a very widespread problem. It seems to occur wherever we have agriculture overlying an unconsolidated aquifer. So we have here, and there's the Central Valley, what we're focusing on a lot today, the High Plains region, the East Coast, the Floridian. Anything over 10, anything red is over 10, which is the MCL, the drinking water standard for nitrate. So you can see this is a widespread problem. Many areas deal with it. And drinking water with nitrate concentration greater than the MCL or even half of the MCL has been linked to negative health effects like certain cancers
and methemoglobinemia, which is known as blue baby syndrome. So the study that I'm presenting to you today is building on several previous studies that map nitrate concentration at the national scale or Central Valley specific models. So there was one done in 2002 by Nolan, Hitt, and Ruddy, and they used a logistic regression. These are all statistical models. The Nolan and Hitt model that's the map that I just showed you from 2006, another national model. They did a special nonlinear regression for that. And Nolan et al. 2014, we start to get into some more machine learning. So each of these is sort of building on what we've learned before. And the previous models here they used county scale nitrogen level inputs. And what's different between the study that I'm talking about today and the previous ones is we had the field scale nitrogen input estimates, as well as those other outputs from other models like groundwater age that I mentioned before. References here if anyone's interested in looking at these other studies. So we're building on the previous work with this hybrid approach, including the estimates of oxidation reduction potential from Celia Rosecrans and the USGS, the groundwater age, that was the mod flow mod path groundwater ages, nitrogen loading at the field scale, and we use those in our model to make a 3D map. So we mapped our predictions at 17 depths, and then we interpolated in between the layers to have a continuous prediction of nitrate all the way down to the bottom of the aquifer. So why use machine learning for nitrate? Why is this a good thing to use? It turns out that machine learning has lots of pros that make it ideal for modeling nitrate in groundwater, such as the relationships between your predictor variables and nitrate do not need to be linear or follow a particular data distribution. You can screen a large number of variables. For this model, we had 145, which is actually a pretty low number of variables to go into a machine learning model like this. You typically see hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands. It can handle missing data. For this model, we filled in our missing data with an estimation technique. We didn't need to do that, but now we understand a bit more about how these models or how these methods handle missing data. Going forward, we're just leaving the missing data in, and that's not a problem. The results are not correlated or not affected by collinearity or correlated variables. You can automatically incorporate interactions and thresholds within the model. You don't have to define them. And it's very useful for inference. So we have ways to draw conclusions from the way the model behaves. Some cons are overfitting your data. There's a big risk of that. But we did a lot of cross-validation tuning of the model parameters to prevent that and check for that. This kind of modeling is harder to interpret. You can't just print it out or look at a coefficient. And so for that reason, it's often perceived as a black box. But we have ways to open up the black box and examine how the model is working internally to understand it better and make sure that it makes sense and we're not drawing incorrect conclusions from it. So I don't necessarily see these as cons, but more challenges or things that we need to pay special attention to. So here's our workflow. So like I said, we had 145 predictor variables. Those were GIS coverages that we had over the entire Central Valley. So each of those was attributed to our wells at the well location, either with a point or a 500-meter buffer surrounding each of the wells. We performed the modeling, and then we made our predictions. Internally, the boosted regression tree method will rank the variables based on importance. So to kind of cut down on some of the GIS processing and the model archiving that we needed to do in order to publicly release the data was to remove some of the least important variables from the bottom up one at a time. So we can get rid of some of those that might not be necessary. So we ended up keeping the top 25. And then we made our predictions at each of the depths. So here, the GIS variables were attributed to the wells for all of our variables. So we had land use, soil type, the groundwater age, that goes into the model, and then we made our predictions at each depth. Okay, so now I'm going to show you our well data and some of the maps of our predictor variables. And this is where we need to switch to PDF because I had a bit of a display problem with the well data. Okay, perfect. So this is our training well data, and this is the well data that went into the model. So for this, we compiled nitrate data that had already been sampled. We did not sample any wells specific for this study. I'm showing these here also as a separate shallow and deep zone, but we didn't do two different models for shallow and deep. We did one model and we labeled the wells by well use. So most of the shallow wells were domestic wells at average depth of 180 feet. And most of the deeper wells were public supply wells at an average depth of 400 feet. So I'm just showing them separate here because we did see a big difference in the nitrate levels at each type of well. So for the shallow wells, we had about a 30%, almost a 30% exceedance of the MCL. And you can see that here in Tulare and Kings County and Stanislaus and Merced County, there's many, many exceedances there in the alluvial fans region. And then in the deeper wells, they had a much lower exceedance rate, about 6% exceedance rate. And this is not showing the 1,600 wells that we set aside to test our model. We're referring to that as holdout data. Those aren't mapped here. That was data that the model did not see that we used to predict to check the errors on the model. So this is the probability of anoxic conditions that I mentioned before, done by Celia Rosecrans. And she has here plotted the probability of dissolved oxygen to be below 0.5 ppm, which is a cutoff that it's kind of a rule for denitrification to occur. And you can see this deep purple zone up here in the middle of the basin region. That has a higher probability of anoxic conditions. That's about, if you can't read it, it's about 0.75 probability of anoxic conditions. Much lower probability of anoxic conditions in the alluvial fans region of the eastern and the western valley. Here is a map of the mod flow, mod path groundwater ages. This was the output that was run special for our model by Claudia Font and John Trum at the USGS. They did mod flow, mod path groundwater age estimates at each of our 17 layers and also at our wells. So this is a average groundwater age, so it incorporates the young and the old fraction. And you can see this is what we made a 3D map of this the same way that we did for the nitrate after we were done with our modeling. So we could see the pattern, but in general, the age gets older with depth. There are some regions in the basin subregion where we have high or older groundwater age at the very surface. And if you can't read the numbers, it's about 5,000 years old, the dark purple. This was a key component included in our model. Previous models have used proxies such as well depth or depth of water. We also had the field scale nitrogen leaching flux. This is a modified version of an output that Dr. Harder did at UC Davis, where they had grower surveys of fertilizer applications. They did a mass balance, a complete mass balance, including with manure and septic tanks and denitrification, everything that you can imagine that would go into a mass balance of nitrogen. They included that. One thing that we had to take out was the irrigation water contribution, because that was actually from the same wells that went into our model. And is it coming up? Yeah. Oh, thank you. So every time we ran our model, we were finding that this unaltered variable was the highest ranked, and it was taking away all of the importance of the other variables, and that was a big red flag. And then we realized we were using some of the well data directly in this estimate. So we took that out and we recalculated it a bit. So it's this adjusted nitrogen leaching flux, which was a normalized amount to prevent negative values after we removed that. And we had this for 5 time periods going back to 1945. And the map I'm showing you here is the 1975 layer, and that was one of the most important variables in our study. Here's the county scale nitrogen input. So this was applications of fertilizer assumed to be applied to agricultural lands. And this was done based on county fertilizer sales and amount of agricultural land use in the valley. Okay, so now we're going to talk about some statistical methods. So all of the variable processing and the mapping, besides the 3D mapping, was done in ArcGIS. The modeling and prediction was done completely in R with these packages, Caret and GBM. Raster sensitivity and boot. I'm not going to talk about the sensitivity or the uncertainty analysis that we did. That's in the appendix of my slides, but that's also in the paper if anyone's interested in that. And also the 3D visualization was done with this program called Geosoft Oasis Montage. So boosted regression tree is a pre-programmed algorithm that learns patterns in your data. So it can find the patterns automatically. It's also known as gradient boosting machine. It's an ensemble method. So what that means is it builds the model based on a whole bunch of really small models. So up to several thousand really small models basically added together to make this one big model. This method is based on a classification tree, with each new tree built on the residuals of the previous tree. And that's what refers to the gradient. The ensemble method is what refers to the boosted part of the boosted regression tree name. And randomness is added by subsampling the data at every iteration. So at every small model that is built, it's built on half of the data. And the trees, the size of the trees, the shape of the trees, how many points are required to be in each bottom layer, they're controlled by the tuning parameters or the meta parameters. And this is how we prevent the overfit by doing the cross-validation tuning on these, which I'm not going to go into, but they control the shape and the size of the tree. So here I have an example data set of some apartment data. This is a data set that comes with the breakdown package in R. And I only took the top 100 variables, so this tree doesn't make a whole ton of sense, but it shows you what the method is doing overall. So the Y, the explanation variable was price. So I'm trying to model price by building this small tree, and it's based on construction year, the surface area of the apartment, so then this is in meters squared, so it looks pretty small. The floor that the apartment is on and the number of rooms that the apartment has. So if we just look at 1 here, and then we go down our tree, we're trying to predict this price. And I think this is in thousands or something, 1,800 with the construction year. So if we start at the top of our tree, and then we have to look, so the model came up with these rules of greater than 1954 or less than 1954. So we have 1992, so we're going to go to the left. And then it decided to split again on construction year. And is it less than 1993 or greater than 1993? So we're 1992 again, so we'll go down to the left again. And then the next split is on surface area, so how big is the apartment? And is it greater than 64 or less than 64? We had 143, so this final, we're going to go to the left, and this number here, 2775, that's our final prediction. So this is just a simplified way to show how these work. And now I'll jump right into the results. So here is our predicted nitrate on the Y against our observed nitrate on the X, and we log transformed our nitrate. So that's why you see these negative values here. The gray in the background is the training data, so that was the data that we used to build our model that I showed you on those maps. And the blue is the holdout data, so that's data that the model did not see at all. We made the prediction using the model built on the training data. RMSE for the training data was 0.75, and the holdout RMSE was 1.13. So that's also an indication that this model is not overfit, because while we expect it to perform worse on the holdout data, we didn't see a gigantic difference. So, and also when you look at the plot, you can see that the distribution of errors is about the same. So this is a good indication that this model is performing well to new data, to predict to new data and unseen areas. Also, if you look at the distribution of the residuals, they're about the same, with the training data being the blue and the holdout data is the orange, and it's just a little bit worse overall. And here's our 3D map. So this is the result of the predictions made to the 17 layers and then the linear interpolation in between the layers at a 1 meter resolution. This goes all the way down to 1,600 feet. And you can see overall that the nitrate is decreasing with depth. There are some areas where the nitrate remains elevated with depth, all the way down to the deepest predictions that were made. And that's in the Tulare County here on the very east side of the valley, where there are a couple areas where it remains, the predictions remain at 10 milligrams per liter or above, all the way down. And then up at the top on the eastern side, and the northern eastern side, the predictions remained around 4 or 5 to the bottom. And then also along the western side here, you can see that there's some elevated nitrate going all the way down to the bottom, but in general, the nitrate tended to decrease. And here we have the private, these are slices taken out of that solid prediction. So at the average depth of a private or domestic well and at the average depth of a public supply well. And right away, we notice some interesting patterns here when you start taking these slices out. And one of them was these zones of low predicted nitrate following the basin subregion, and that really lines up with the probability of anoxic conditions variable that Celia had mapped and predicted. And also these regions of really high predictions in the private well depth in Stanislaus and Merced County and Tulare and Kings County along the alluvial fans. In general, though, predictions were lower for the public well depth than for the private well depth. Also, you might see these lines bisecting the alluvial fans region, and those line up with a predictor that we had, which was the distance to a river. So the closer a well is to a river, the lower the nitrate in this model. And these things line up with what we already understand. So this was also a good sign. As I mentioned before, this method will internally rank the variables based on their importance in the model, and that's determined by how many times does the algorithm select it to make that split on. So like where we saw with the regression tree, where it chose construction year and then surface area. How many times are those being chosen? How often are they chosen? That's what this is showing here. It's a relative importance, so relative to the other variables in the model. And the top variable, I know this is really hard to read, it's super tiny. The top two variables, every time we ran it, no matter what we put in or what we took out, were those probability of anoxic conditions. So the probability for dissolved oxygen to be below 0.5 ppm or the probability of manganese to be above 50 parts per billion. Third was the nitrogen leaching flux, the mass balance that I showed you from UC Davis, Dr. Thomas Harder, and others made those estimates. That was for the year 1975, that's number 3. This other one's harder to interpret. It's precipitation minus evapotranspiration for the 1971 to 2000 time period. Also, we have another estimate of groundwater age was number 5. And then here's that distance to river. So that was another top predictor. And I didn't mention this, but this is one of those ways that we can open up the black box and make some interpretations about how the model is working, draw some inferences from it. Another way to do it is with these partial dependency plots, which plots the average model response for a change in a certain variable. So all of the wells will keep all of their other variables the same, but they're given a new variable for whichever one you're plotting. So here we're doing probability of anoxic conditions for dissolved oxygen. So the model will give that variable a new value for all of the wells, and it does it many, many times, and then averages the model output. So as probability of dissolved oxygen to be below 0.5 increases, the predicted nitrate is decreasing quite rapidly. And you see these threshold values around 0.6 for both the dissolved oxygen and the manganese based anoxic condition predictions. Oops. And here's the one for distance to river. So as you get farther away from a river, the predictions are going up on average, and then they drop off and then sort of level off. Some of these can be very noisy. I'm showing the ones that were very easy to interpret, and those tended to be the ones for the more highly ranked variables. So this is also another check that this model is doing a good job. It's doing things that seem to make sense to us based on what we already know. And also, land use as natural or water was another big one. So as the area of natural or water land use surrounding a well increases, the predictions tended to decrease overall. Kind of levels out for a while, and then it really decreases. Another neat thing you can do is make these 3D plots. So here I'm showing those same plots, but for 2 variables at once. So for natural land use and the probability of anoxic conditions for both types of estimates. So you can see having low natural land use and a low probability of dissolved oxygen to be below 0.5 ppm is your worst case scenario. And then as you increase that, you get a lower prediction of nitrate, and as you increase the probability of anoxic conditions, you also get a lower prediction. So if you go diagonally, that's sort of your best case scenario. And also there's many other ways that you can look at these models that I'm not showing them here, but this is a big area of active research, and there's many, many more really cool things you can do to sort of investigate these models. So in summary, the MAP nitrate tended to decrease with depth throughout the aquifer. The alluvial fans region had the highest nitrate concentration overall. The basin subregion tended to have a lower nitrate concentration. The domestic well depth had a much higher estimated nitrate concentration than the private well depth. Anoxic conditions were highly related to the nitrate concentration. The patterns on those partial dependency plots make intuitive sense. And coming soon is an updated national nitrate and an updated national arsenic model. So those are in the works. Well, I guess not as we speak. Everything's on hold right now. But hopefully they'll be coming soon. And some thoughts that I had on ways to assess high-risk domestic wells would be to cookie cutter those estimates. That's been done before if we needed a full coverage of California, or use estimates from current models like this national arsenic model that Joe Ayotte at the USGS did. They had estimates of domestic well user population, and they overlaid that with their recent estimates of arsenic. So those could be directly used, or develop a new California-specific model. Consider multiple constituents together. This was just a thought. Somebody might have an idea why this would be a bad idea if you know more about geochemistry than I do, but maybe to include do like a categorical model that could predict all of these contaminants together and put an area in a certain category or a category of having multiple contaminants. And then overlay those with the well locations of the estimates that we've seen, the work from others that has already been done. That is all I have for you today, so I'd like to open it up for questions, but first I want to mention that this paper is publicly available online, and as well as all of the final predictor variables, those top 25 variables in our model, those are available online as raster grids, as well as the nitrate predictions for the domestic and the public well depths. Thank you.
Any questions for Catherine? Yes.
3D model.
Hang on a second, John.
San Joaquin Valley, Central Valley, and with nitrate concentration on the way to 1,800 feet. That this include entire valley or just the area where it's 1,800 feet and deeper? Because we know that alluvium pinch out coming to the boundary. And so what's the boundary one on this 3D model?
Yeah, we didn't consider that. We just treated it like a bathtub and made predictions all the way down.
Oh, okay.
But in reality, yeah, you would want to cut it along the edges, and that could be done in a future model.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you. One thing I failed to do with the previous speakers was there was a question that some of our state board staff had when the researchers are doing their review of the data set for public water system wells versus the domestic wells. Are the researchers looking at an individual, what we would term like a private domestic well, a single use user, or is it just everything that's not considered to be a public water system well that you would be lumping into the domestic well research? And so did you, Catherine, yeah. So basically, did you lump everything together that's not a public water system well as being a domestic well with your research?
No, we only use wells that we knew were labeled as private or as public. Yeah, we didn't use monitoring wells or irrigate. I think we did have irrigation wells, actually.
Okay, so there was some.
There were a few, but not
mixing.
very many, yeah.
And then Miranda?
Oh, I'm sorry, I sat down too early.
No, I was just going to expand on the data set that's used. The data set that was used, like for Celia Rosecrans' model, which is a lot of the input, that's all based on, or largely based on wells that are in the USGS NWIS database, and there's a field that's not publicly available that says what the water use is. So you can very easily filter out different kinds of water uses.
All right, so ready to go to our next speaker, and that would be Rich Pallou from UC Davis. He's going to give us an overview of domestic well data in California's Central Valley. Thank you. Thank you, Rich.
Nothing like public speaking to get the heart pounding. And since it's post-lunch, it's my job to bring all the blood in your stomach to your brain. So I'll do my best. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay. Is this the laser? There's the laser. Great. We have lasers, people. So you can follow along the slides. The link is right there at that Google short link. And the title of my talk is an overview of domestic well data. Oh, it's here too. In California Central Valley, opportunities for informed risk assessment. I want to acknowledge a few of my collaborators who have really been an amazing group of people to work with from many different organizations. And I'll present some of our collective work in the case study portion of this talk. A lot of these slides I made specifically for this talk based on what I perceived the need to be. So here's our agenda. The background and motivation for this work includes some of the populations affected by domestic well vulnerability, as well as the climatological forcings complicating the situation, which I'll get into. But we'll talk a bit about previous work on California domestic wells, some ongoing work using OSCR. I'll call it OSCR because the former is a mouthful. We'll have a case study like I mentioned. I'll present an online web application for ready-to-go clean OSCR data that's already been in use. And I'll try to wrap things up with an assessment of what I'm calling towards an assessment of Central Valley domestic well vulnerability to water quality contamination, and then draw some conclusions. So the background and motivation for this work are these populations that are really hit hard by water quality and water quantity challenges, which we're very familiar with, so I won't spend too much time on them. This research also is motivated by very exigent threats to domestic wells. We know that land and water management practices impact shallow groundwater quality. Nitrates, like what Katie Ransom was talking about, total dissolved solids, which Vicki spoke of with her work in CV salts, and Miranda showed us how many more contaminants and all of their chemical interactions that we need to consider, how many are really out there. So there are a lot of threats, and they're pretty well documented too. We also know that there are water quality, or sorry, I always mix those two up, water quantity impacts that a increasingly dry California will pose to domestic wells as groundwater replacement will intensify groundwater demand during these low snowpack years. So how can we meet these challenges? The overarching workshop goal, as I understand it to be from my conversations with Carolyn and Scott, are this needs assessment. What's the cost of implementing SB 623, this act? And today we're going to focus down just on domestic wells in this presentation. And so to that end, I'll review existing ongoing research that informs this cost estimation, specifically as it pertains to water quality contamination. And to do that, I'll show you an exploratory data analysis of OSCR that gets at some of these parameters. So previous work characterizing domestic wells, there's a seminal paper by Johnson and Belitz that I recommend all of you check out. It's very cool. 2015, they looked at actual PDFs. So this is really hardcore, people. They had 750,000 PDFs, and these are not all, some of these you can scrape, some of them are going to have handwritten information. And so I did a little back of an envelope calculation. It would take a team of 5 people working 8 hours a day, 365 days a year, taking no lunch or bathroom breaks. It would take this team 4 years and 4 months to read every one of those 750,000 reports. I just want you to get a sense of the magnitude of this data. This is a lot of data. Thankfully, the USGS is very smart, and they designed a statistical sampling procedure that Miranda went into. And to that end, they viewed 41,000 of these reports roughly, and of which 13,000 were actually domestic wells. And so then they extrapolated those estimates to 91,000 well completion reports in the Central Valley. So that's about a third of the total domestic wells in the state. So their estimate for domestic wells in the state, roughly 270,000. Can go on. Previous work characterizing domestic wells. We have some basin scale models. Rob Gailey, who spoke earlier for his dissertation, did this awesome Tulare County-centric domestic well failure model and accompanying economic impact analysis. Also at the basin scale, London et al. In the Center for Regional Change at UC Davis looked at disadvantaged unincorporated communities and their proximity to public water systems. We're familiar with this research, so I won't again spend too much time on this. My research is in preparation and close to publication, and it analyzes nearly 1 million well completion reports throughout the state, providing what I believe to be our current best estimates of statewide well count and distribution. And I can say that because I've really benefited from these state-led open data initiatives to tabulate and make data accessible. So all the work that Dory's been doing with Gamma and all the work that went behind making this data able to be parsed in a machine mutable way is truly, I think, the future and really important. And so that cleaned data is freely accessible here at this site, which I'll show you later, and has enabled a Central Valley-wide domestic well failure model that I'll present. That was a group collaboration. And we're currently working on drought simulation scenarios. So let's talk a bit about ongoing work with Oscar. Here are our guiding questions. Number one, and these are the questions I'll attempt to answer in this. How many active domestic wells are in the Central Valley? Where are they located? And number two, where are domestic wells most vulnerable? So here's that first question. How many active domestic wells are in the Central Valley and where are they located? This is a pretty simple approach. We're just going to plot them and look at see where they plot. So if we look at all of the wells that I have access to with location information, we have about 900, close to 1 million wells, and they plot as you can see here. And then if we break those wells down into their well type, we can see these 12 major well types. And I want to draw your attention to these domestic wells right here, of which there are about 360,000. And I also highlighted these missing wells. The missing well type means it's an undesignated well type. We could not infer from the well completion report if it's domestic or agricultural or public or whatnot, so we just call it missing. So it's not like the well's gone. We know where it is, we just don't know what type it is. It wasn't on the report. That's going to become important later. In order to answer this question, we have to examine the spatial distribution, but we also want to consider retirement ages. Wells don't last forever. So right now I've subset that previous plot into only the domestic wells, of which we have 365,000. And I'm looking at the cumulative sum on the right-hand plot. So on the x-axis is the year, and on the y-axis is the cumulative sum. And you'll notice that before 1950, so what can this plot tell us? Before 1950, wells really weren't being drilled, number one, or they weren't being reported. But if a well was completed in 1950, that's a 70-year-old well. It's probably not being used today. So for our purposes, in answering this question of the number of active wells that are being used today, probably not important. We can also learn from this plot that wells greater than or equal to 41 years old, there's going to be 100,000 of them. And we have to consider how many of those wells do we think are still operational. Moving on, we can further look at the number of wells that are greater than 35 years old or equal to 35 years old. 200,000 of these well completion reports fall into that category. Are they still operational? And lastly, we can look at wells that are 300,000 years old. Whoa, that's not correct. 15 years or greater. See, I'm just making sure you're all paying attention, which you are. You all pass. Good job. And so 300,000 of these wells are greater than or equal to 15 years old. So a portion of these wells are going to be still active, I would say. And we can also infer from this that the remaining 39,000 wells, right, that residual here, they're younger than 15 years old, so they're probably still active. So let's just consider this as we move on. Putting this into another context, let's further subset these wells down into just the ones in the Central Valley, okay? So we're looking at 100,000 wells roughly in the domestic wells in the Central Valley. If you assumed a 25-year retirement age, that would give you this subset of wells. If you assumed a 30-year retirement age, you get another subset of wells, and so on. Retirement age matters. Just for fun here, does anyone out there have an idea why we see peaks in the distribution around 1977 and 1991? Yes. Droughts. 1977 and 1991 correspond to 2 of the 3 driest years on California record, which happened during droughts. More wells are drilled during droughts. To further get at this question, remember those missing well types? So we have to consider this massive category right here. We can't infer from the well completion report what type of well it is, but we can do a couple of things. Now, about 50,000 of these missing well types are in the Central Valley. And let's assume these wells are completely missing at random with no spatial bias. Now, we can test for that with a Moran's eye or some statistic of spatial autocorrelation. But for now, let's not do that. Let's just assume they're completely missing at random. If that's true, we can proportionally distribute these missing wells among the remaining categories proportional to their weight. Seems like a reasonable approach as a first order approximation. Remember, I made a lot of these slides for this talk, so let's just run with that and see what happens. If we do that, we'll inflate our estimate of the actual well completion report numbers in the Central Valley from 102,000 to about 129,000. So that corresponds to a percent increase of about 20%. So 80% of that data, of that 129,000 is already there. We've only added 29,000 over 129,000, not much more. For the purposes of statistical sampling and running statistical models, 80% data completion is pretty good already. But let's inflate them because we want to get to this actual estimate of active wells. And so bringing it all together to answer that first question, I would say examining the spatial distribution, considering retirement age, looking at missing or undesignated wells, assuming 3 different retirement ages, we can expect the number of active wells to be between 35,000 and 60,000 in the Central Valley. Now, I know that everyone has a crazy Uncle Joe or Bob or someone whose well has been running for 80 years and going strong. I'm really trying to speak to the mean of the distribution here. In my conversations with hydrogeologists, these are reasonable retirement ages, but we just have to keep this in mind when we're estimating active wells. Okay, I'm going to move on to the second question now, and that is, where are domestic wells most vulnerable? And to do that, we're going to examine the depth properties of the well from well completion reports. I'm going to subset that data to Bulletin 119 groundwater basins, and so these next plots will be within these basins. So looking at the drill depth, I apologize, this is hard to read. I've highlighted agricultural and public wells at the top, and domestic wells is that middle box plot. And so just take a look at the median total completed depth of the well. And you see that domestic wells, that median is anywhere from 150, 200 feet different, or less than agricultural and public wells. They're more shallow. This is stuff we know, but it's nice to see it come out in the data. Likewise, we can do the same thing for the perforated interval thickness, which is the amount of the screened interval that this well is drawing from. And we see that domestic wells, comparing the medians to public and agricultural wells, are a lot more vulnerable in this sense. But in terms of thinking about where domestic wells are most vulnerable, I really like to look at the depth to the top of the perforated interval. So like Miranda was saying, with these changes in the groundwater use of California, a lot of the velocity vectors of groundwater are just going to point down because of pumping and recharge. And so that means contaminants are going to find this entryway into wells at the top of the perforated interval, and that's something of a lot of interest that we should map. So imagine this is time 0 in this little toy model, and as time goes on and contaminants get closer, those domestic wells are more vulnerable. To find where I am in my notes. Right. So wouldn't it be lovely if we knew what the top of the perforated interval was for all of these wells, like we knew the lat long? Job done, right? We're just going to map it out and see where everything's most vulnerable. It's not that simple. So looking at just domestic wells in the Central Valley, we have missing data. And so what I'm showing you here on the x-axis is the percentage present. All the way to the left is 0%, all the way to the right is 100%. Purple means it's there, yellow means it's not. So I sorted these categories of data within within OSCR by the percentage complete they are. So you can see near the top, we have things like lat and long, and thank goodness we know the well completion report number for all of these. That would be kind of silly if we had a record without an ID. So good job, whoever's working on that. And you can also see that for top and bottom, we have about half of these wells are missing, okay? And this is are missing a top or a bottom. So is it a problem? Well, we have this for about 50% of the data, so we have 50,000 records with a top or a bottom. For statistical purposes, assuming they're completely missing at random, that's probably fine. But what if we want to get at this question of, which domestic wells are most vulnerable and what are the total number of active wells? The nice thing about these public data sets, these really large data sets, is we can exploit information we do have to figure out information we do not have, where we can impute missing data. So I'll show you that right now. If we look at the total completed depth, we see we have that for nearly 100% of the samples. And using our physical understanding of the system, we know the total completed depth should be related to the bottom of the perforated interval, and that should be related to the top of the perforated interval. We also expect this to vary spatially, right? Wells completed in the southern part of the state are going to be different in their total completed depth and perforated interval thickness than wells completed in other parts of the state. So let's separate these out on a Bulletin 118 subbasin level. The next plot I'm going to show you is a lot to look at, so I just want you to get from this that we fit a bunch of linear models relating the total completed depth on the bottom, that's the x-axis, to the bottom of the perforated interval on the y-axis. I'm not sure if this laser is doing its job, but that's what we have there. And what I want you to take from this is that we can use data we have to fill in data we don't, and the relationships are generally very good. In the appendix, I have goodness of fit coefficients, model coefficients. You can check those out in the slides. And then taking that one step further, we can use another round of linear models to impute the top of the perforated interval, and then arrive at a more or less complete data set. And this is the result. Answering our question of where are domestic wells most vulnerable, looking at that top of the perforated interval, we're looking at the median top of the perforated interval on the left at the public land survey township resolution, 36 square miles, 6 by 6 mile grids. That's a grid I just threw over the Central Valley. And we also, I also aggregated that at the Groundwater Sustainability Agency level because it's interesting to look at. And like we'd expect, we see deeper depths to these top of the perforated interval in areas where the groundwater level is also deeper, like in the south of the state and in some of these alluvial basins in the north. So this was an example we've talked a lot about variables in the data set now. So I want to show you how you can take some of these variables in OSCAR and use them in a real world analysis. So here's a case study using OSCAR data. I was told by the coordinators that this workshop was 90% water quality and 10% water quantity. And so bearing that in mind, I will spend the next 3 minutes of my 30-minute talk, 10% of it, on a water quantity problem. So our motivation were these 2,500 reported Central Valley domestic well failures during the past drought. And the questions our team wanted to answer was, number one, how would a future extended drought on the heels of the 2012 to 2016 drought impact domestic well failure in California Central Valley? And number two, are well failures more associated with particular social drivers of vulnerability, such as income? And our submission to the 2018 California Water Data Challenge is at this link. This is a dashboard we built for it summarizing our results. Our approach was to develop this Central Valley-wide spatially explicit well failure model. We calibrate this to actual well observed failure, and I'll show you the residuals in the next slide. And then to simulate these 1, 2, 3, 4 year extended droughts on the heels of the last drought, simply by scaling the previous drought and identify economic status of the populations impacted and to compare impact between those populations. So some of the layers we used were the domestic well data that I just showed you, the distribution as well as an estimated pump location, and then the groundwater level data. You can see this GIF flipping through the different seasons. It's actually changing if you look at it. And next we have some census tract data, which I pulled from the USGS, the ACS, American Community Survey. On the median, you're looking at the median household income. And then we had water system boundaries. So we wanted to know our proximity of failures to water systems. Here are the results. The point for the 2012 to 2016 drought are observed and predicted point patterns, observed in red, predicted in blue. They look very similar, but it's hard to kind of tell just looking at points, and it's also hard to come up with actual error metrics. So we generalize these to kernel density estimates, and we can look at the kernel density patterns and see, yeah, there's agreement between the observed and predicted patterns. We can take the difference of these kernel density estimates to give us an estimate of the residuals and how good our model is performing. So how do we interpret these funny plots? Well, the difference, you can see that there's both positive and negative difference. So the model isn't biased one way or the other. It's under-predicting some areas and over-predicting others. Anywhere where the model is white is where the prediction is within 20% error, and that's pretty good for this model, this regional scale model. The way to interpret the density plot of the residuals, off to your right, is by looking at the standard deviations. So roughly 65% of the time, our model is going to fall within 25% error, plus or minus. And then within 2 standard deviations, roughly 30% of the time, our model is going to fall within 25 to 50% error. And then about 5% of the time, the model is going to really mess up and get something pretty wrong. So it's just a model. It's not a panacea, but it's pretty darn good at predicting drought, at least in this last drought. Once you have a developed model, you want to feed it new data. You want to figure out what's going to happen in the future, predict the past, or explain the past, predict the future. And so we do that by extending our drought with our T0, T0 starting at January 2017. And this is because what if the drought were to last 5 years? What if it were to last 6 years? This 4-year case on the far right is if the drought were to last another 4 years, meaning the groundwater level is already low, and it's just going to go lower proportional to the amount of groundwater level change we saw in the last drought. So the thing to take away from this slide is that the failures observed during the 2012 to 2016 drought were around 2,500. And we see that's around 2,000 failures after 2 years of extended drought. After 4 years of extended drought, we see almost double that number, close to 4,000 failures. And so we can summarize that at the Bulletin 118 subbasin level, looking at the density of failure per unit surface area rather than the point patterns. And we can also look at that as a cumulative sum of failures. And I really like this plot because it's hard to tell. It looks linear almost, but if you let your eye follow the dots, you'll see that it's actually sigmoidal in shape, meaning it exponentially increases before leveling off. And this makes sense because as well failures proceed, you're going to get more and more and more because groundwater levels are already low. Then you'll gradually start to run out of domestic wells and it'll level off. So hopefully we don't get to that point. But in this plot, it's hard to tell right now. I should have plotted a line through it. There is an inflection point between the 2019 and 2020 predicted droughts where you see a leveling off of the, and it's kind of apparent in these numbers too, going from 1,000 to 2,000, 2,900 to 3,800. So there is a tapering there. But it really depends on the distribution of domestic wells and where their estimated pump intervals are. Because if you hit a big chunk of that distribution that's in another level, you can have another inflection point up. It's not necessarily a perfect sigmoidal shape. And so, yeah, red, observed, blue, simulated. This is perhaps one of my favorite parts of this project was working with Amanda Fensel on socioeconomic impact of droughts. And so what we did there was we took all of the observed failures, so this is actual data, not what we model, and we just joined it with the median household income, and we categorized each of the failures into one of 3 categories: severely disadvantaged, disadvantaged, or MHI plus, median household income or above. And we find that disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged well failures, there were 1.5 times many more of those well failures just in terms of magnitude than those in MHI plus communities. We also measured the distance between each of these well failures and their closest, the centroid of the closest water system. And we found that more than half of well failures in severely disadvantaged communities were less than 1 mile from a water system. And so this really merits more investigation as a potential policy implementation to mitigate this type of failure. We also see, looking at the tails of the distribution here, that some well failures are extremely remote, and some of these people are going to be very challenging to reach. And so you might be thinking now, okay, cool case study, but can I use some of that data, and is it available somewhere? And it is. It's at this UC Water hosted website. So it's just OSWCR, Online State Well Completion Report Database. That's the suffix on the ucwater.org website. It's been used by researchers at various institutions and consulting companies and think tanks already, and it's really exciting that it's out there. It's basically this cleaned version of the database that I've used. The cleaning scripts to clean that database are fully automated, so if I had new data that is populated by Gamma or any of these other institutions that are meticulously going through well completion reports, it can run through that script and be up in the next day. That cleaning script that I used to clean that data is right here at this short link, and it's on GitHub too for you to fork and to use in case you want to improve upon it or you noticed a mistake I made. If we have time, we can click on this YouTube video. This is it's like a 40-second. Do we have 40 seconds? Yeah. Okay, let's click the video. Can take, yeah. Oh, sorry. Whoa. No. Yeah, forget you saw those. So here's a little demonstration. If we can blow this up to full screen. It starts by uploading a shapefile. So could we actually start it over? A lot of it happens really quickly. Sorry. I try to make this like super fast. All right, so it starts when you go to the website. There's a little button. You upload a shapefile. You can browse your computer, select the components of the shapefile, open them, dump it in. It'll ingest your shapefile, and the computer will think for a second and figure out this is an area in Shasta. It's a Shasta-Huck 8 boundary. It says 755 wells were found in this area. You can click in and start exploring in an interactive map interface. And you can get down to the level of wells. When you click them, you get some summary information. You can download the well completion report PDF, just like that, for that well. And you can also download the clipped data, and that will open as a CSV, which you can throw into GIS because there's a lot long. There's also a column in this database with the PDF link, so that if you wanted to throw it into a scripting language and just batch download all of your PDFs, that way you can do it too. And this is my cousin Joe. And get a website with Wix.com. This talk brought to you by Wix. All right, so that's how to use that. Okay, so in conclusion, towards an assessment of Central Valley domestic well vulnerability to water quality contamination, I would expect that some risk assessment that sought to answer this question incorporated our best estimates of domestic well data, including all of the efforts that GAMA is currently doing and all of these other disparate agencies are working on. I think it should include some information about the top of the perforated interval and what the spatial distribution of that is. It needs to consider retirement age and those missing well types, and any additional information that I missed. Contaminant data, we've seen a lot of amazing talks by Miranda and Vicky and Katie, and apologize if you gave an amazing talk and I was out of the room at the time, but we have lots of information about where contaminants are, and layering that on top of these domestic well data along with social and demographic data, I think will give us a rapid first order estimate of what areas are most vulnerable. So in conclusion, what I want you to take from this particular talk is that there are around 120,000 domestic well completion reports in the Central Valley, according to the data set that I've been using, accessed March 2018. Assuming a moderate retirement age of 25 to 35 years and accounting for missing well types, active well estimates in the Central Valley are 35,000 to 60,000. Key well completion report information that informs water quality vulnerability includes the well location and the top of the screened interval, and a simple data-driven approach utilizing some of the things we've seen today can get us closer to this question's answer. So thanks for your attention. I appreciate it. I really want to acknowledge state-led open data initiatives that make work like this possible. When I started as a PhD student, I'm in my 4th year, so 3.5 years ago, I didn't have access to any of this stuff, and it was really hard to do research. And in the last year alone, I've been able to do so much more because I haven't been in class. No, it's because we have all this data available. So thank you for that. I want to acknowledge people who have been really instrumental in either doing domestic well failure models like Rob, or people that have really been helpful with accessing data like Debbie and Ben, and of course my team that I've worked with. There are some references here that there's an exploratory data analysis I encourage you to check out, as well as our water data challenge and that download tool here. So thank you.
Thank you, Rich. So just a time keep issue. I propose, or let's take a poll. We were planning on taking a break at this point, but I was thinking, why don't we just keep on going, and then we can take a quick break before we have the facilitated discussion, because we only have a couple more speakers to go. And thank you, Rich. Does anybody have a question? I can imagine there would be some questions based upon that presentation, but later. Claire.
quick questions. One is, in your cleaning scripts, what exactly are you cleaning the Oscar data set for? And the, like, what fields are getting cleaned? And the other one was a question and kind of a comment. When you're taking the wells that are missing well type, and you're assuming that a certain percentage of them are domestic, are you considering the depth of those wells first?
Those are both great questions. So the first question is, what fields are being cleaned? That's all available on the exploratory data analysis, which I encourage you to look at. But to answer your question, lat and long were the first things I cleaned because I wanted them all to plot in California. So instead of, and I've also,
A few, yeah.
it's like, what's this well doing in Texas? Or in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. That's always funny when that happens. Yeah, so I'm a big believer in not throwing out data and meticulously documenting everything and making it reproducible and transparent. So you'll see all of my notes into why I made certain decisions that I did and why I think certain things were key entered in this way and why by looking at the data we can figure out and reasonably change values or just say, okay, this is actually really bad data and we have to remove it. So I'd say two fields were cleaned most extensively. One was location, and the second was the well type. So there were 555 unique well types to begin with. These included agriculture, agricultural, agriculture spelled wrong, well, space, dash, space, agriculture. And so there are a lot of these, not lemmings, but like versions of the same thing that I cleaned. And you can actually see all of the words that I used to search for in the well type category, whatever meant domestic to me or agriculture to me or public to me. And so that's all up on that exploratory data analysis. The second question was, how do is it reasonable to consider the depth of a well when redesignating that missing well category? I'm a big fan of simple models because they're fast and they're explainable, but I'm also a fan of nuance. So I understand that shallower wells are more likely to be domestic wells. The problem is a lot of these well depths overlap. And so agricultural wells, one thing I didn't show you, but in that massive plot here, never mind, in that massive plot that showed all of the linear models, in the 522 subbasins, the southern subbasins, you'll see these string of points just along the zero axis, and that's because people screen the well from the top of the land surface all the way down. So it's not, just because you know the depth of the well is not a perfect indicator of the well type. But I did consider that stuff, but I just felt like it was introducing more uncertainty into the analysis that I didn't want to explain.
I have a quick question. So have you pursued looking outside of the defined basins, DWR defined basins, because there are a lot of domestic well users that are outside of defined basins, and how would your model work there?
Yeah, so I in the appendix, I have some slides about that. I have a slide that says, don't forget, but I took it out of this presentation, but don't forget that a third of the domestic wells in California are in the Central Valley, and there's another 2/3 outside of the Central Valley. So I haven't even been talking about that. Those wells are particularly vulnerable to water loss because the ones in the granitic systems, those granitic systems are subject to greater storage changes during drought. There's a great Markovich et al. Paper, 2016, about it. But yeah, I chose the Central Valley to work with because we have great data for it. We know what the groundwater level is at a seasonal level or seasonal time lag, and we don't know the same thing for mountain systems. The mountain systems are really unknown. I wish there was more I could say about it.
Thank you. All right. All right, so let's keep going. We can announce our next speaker, Claire Pace, Dr. Claire Pace from UC Berkeley. She'll be talking about drinking water vulnerability screening tool for domestic well communities. Thank you.
Forgive me for using my presenter notes. Okay, thank you guys so much. And I appreciate all the presentations we've had so far. I'm Claire Pace. I'm a postdoc at UC Berkeley. And I'm going to be presenting on behalf of myself and Carolina Balas from OEHA. Carolina's unable to attend and sends her apologies. So I'll be sharing our drinking water vulnerability screening tool. So I want to give you an overview of what I'm going to be sharing today. I'll give some background on the Water Equity Science Shop and the context for our research questions and goals. These questions led to the development of our domestic well screening tool. I'm going to share some of our methods, results, upcoming plans, and some research and policy applications for our work. Also, I'm going to show some of the data gaps that this research has highlighted. So our research group is the Water Equity Science Shop, or WESS. It's a community academic partnership, and we conduct research on the health risks associated with drinking water contamination in California. We're focused on environmental justice issues in rural, agricultural, and socio-disadvantaged communities. And specifically, we focus on those who are served by small drinking water systems and private wells. Our aim is to support community organizations, research, and policy. Can you hear me okay? No. Our collaborators include Community Water Center, San Francisco State University, and OEHA. Can you hear me now? Do you want me to hold it?
I don't know what's better for you.
Here we go.
I guess you'll have to do that.
What's that? Got it. Okay. So the WESS is co-led by Dr. Rachel Morello-Frosch, Dr. Carolina Balas, and Dr. Lara Cushing, and it was launched last year by Berkeley's Superfund Research Center. The WESS is also part of the Sustainability and Health Equity Lab, which is also headed by Dr. Morello-Frosch at Berkeley. So these are our team members. Again, the WESS group is Rachel Morello-Frosch, Carolina Balas, Lara Cushing, and myself. And our collaborators from Community Water Center are Laurel Firestone, Adriana Renteria, Amanda Fensel, who's here today, and Rob Daly, who presented earlier by Skype. So we're all working together in this effort to identify water issues facing domestic well communities. So let's put California's water concerns in context. 85% of California's population relies on groundwater for some portion of their water use. Some communities rely entirely on groundwater for drinking water and farming. And unsustainable groundwater withdrawals are a major threat to these water supplies. The 2014 Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, gives local agencies the authority to develop groundwater sustainability plans, or GSPs, which need to be in place by 2020. So the statistic I first mentioned pertains primarily to water quantity. But again, another pressing concern is water quality, such as groundwater contamination from farming and industry. For example, 250,000 residents of California's Central Valley are exposed to groundwater that contains nitrates at levels that exceed federal safety standards. An additional concern is the estimated 1.5 to 2 million Californians who use private domestic wells or state small water systems. And there's a significant data gap as to where these domestic well communities are located, what's their water quality, and whether they're drawing from overdrafted basins. So filling in these data gaps will help GSAs develop their groundwater sustainability plans. Based on the challenges that face California's water supplies, these are the current study questions and goals of the WESS. We're developing a web-based tool that uses secondary data to locate domestic well communities, estimate their water quality, and identify populations that may be particularly vulnerable based on sociodemographic characteristics. Each of these layers integrates spatial data from multiple sources, and then the layers themselves are integrated in a format that allows the user to answer individualized research questions, such as, where is the highest density of shallow wells located in the state? Or, which domestic wells have the highest potential for groundwater contamination? The layers that we're developing to answer these questions are the domestic well community layer, which I'll primarily focus on today, the interpolated groundwater quality estimation layer, and the demographic characteristics layer, both of which are still in progress. So I'm going to walk you briefly through our selection process for domestic wells. We started with all domestic wells in the Department of Water Resources online system for well completion reports, or OSCR. We included all unique entries for domestic wells with spatial reference. And since many of these wells are spatially located at the centroid of a public land survey system section, which is a 1 by 1 mile grid square, we aggregated the number of wells, of domestic wells per section, and we have this data for the entire state. So, as we heard earlier today, the U.S. Geological Survey is in the process of geocoding domestic well locations. And once these become available, we look forward to updating our layer with more accurate well locations. But for now, our data is accurate to the 1 by 1 mile section. Next, we incorporated data on the location of community drinking water systems. We started with all active community water systems that are in the State Water Board's Drinking Water Information System public drinking water portal. Then we cross-referenced these systems with the geographical boundaries that are in the water boundary tool. And this method resulted in 2,887 active community water systems with boundaries. As a final aspect of layer 1, we incorporated all populated census blocks from the 2010 census. This vintage was selected because it's the most recent data that's available at Census Block Geography, which is the highest possible resolution for these data. We're using these data to exclude unpopulated areas and then to distribute population and the number of households to areas served by different water types. More specifically, we're using aerial apportionment to distribute the population from census blocks to geographic areas served by community water systems, geographic areas with at least one domestic well in that PLSS section, and to the remaining populated areas that are not served by a community water system with no known wells according to our data set. This is an example of the results for Tulare County. Tulare is part of the Central Valley, which is one of the most productive agricultural regions in the country. In this map, the blue areas are served by a community water system, which serve nearly 90% of the population in Tulare. The yellow areas are populated and have at least one domestic well in that PLSS section. These areas serve about 7.5% of the population in Tulare. And the pink areas are areas that are populated but with no reported domestic wells, which contain about 2.5% of the population in Tulare. So the first question that this raises is, what are the people in the pink areas using as a water source? Our initial thoughts are that these areas could be served by state small water systems. They could be served by domestic wells that are missing from the OSCR data set. Or they could be in rural areas where wells drilled for agricultural purposes also serve as a source of domestic drinking water. I know it looks like a lot of the areas are pink, but part of the reason for this high level of uncertainty here is related to the underlying resolution of the data. So as an example, I've added the census block geography for one block in Tulare County. This is a predominantly rural area with about 50 people living within 67 square miles. The census data doesn't provide any information about where in the block the people actually live. So it's possible that they actually live in the portions that are served by domestic wells. According to our data, this census block contains 3 domestic wells, but it could also contain an unknown number of state smalls, since systems with fewer than 15 service connections are not in this data set, and only a small percentage of state smalls have boundaries in the water boundary tool. But it's important to remember that any pink or yellow area in this model could actually be served by a state small. So I mostly want to highlight this as a data gap that's going to require additional ground truthing and possibly additional data collection in order to solve. And I want to point out that this is not a problem that's unique to Tulare County. So to recap on our progress, we've completed the domestic well communities layer and incorporated the community water systems layer. We're in the final stages of scaling the population layer up to the state and resolving some data and boundary issues. For example, we're working out how to handle distributing the population to domestic well areas that are within the boundaries of a community water system. Also, we're working out how to distribute population to community water systems that overlap. In other words, they have boundaries in the water boundary tool that may, implying that they are served by more than one community water system. Also, since census blocks can be rather large and span geographical areas that might be partially within and partially outside of a community water system, we need to define our assumptions. Should we assume that all of the people in that block are served by the community water system, or assume that only the people within the boundaries of that community water system are served by that system? So again, just a few details to resolve in the model before the population layer is complete. We are also making plans to refine the existing geography of the domestic well layer. The way that we're approaching each of these layers is to create them in 2 phases. Phase 1 is what we're calling our course approach. This is comprised of existing data sets that require minimal processing and can be created relatively quickly. And the reason for using this multi-stage approach, is that we want to be responsive to the needs of our stakeholders. Groundwater sustainability agencies are in the process of developing their groundwater sustainability plans. And in the planning phase of this project, the feedback that we received from GSAs on our advisory committee is that this information is needed as soon as possible. So in order to be responsive, we're starting with the course approach. We're then going to refine the geography using additional data sets that require further processing, but that we expect to provide more accurate spatial information. So for the refined version of this layer, we're considering using parcel data and geocoded well locations. And we think this will more accurately locate the people that are actually served by domestic wells. It'll help resolve some of this uncertainty, and it'll give us a better estimate of the population served by each of these water types. For a groundwater estimation layer, we're planning to create a statewide water quality estimation to apply to the 1 by 1 mile section grid containing domestic wells. We're planning to include data on arsenic, nitrate, chromium-6, and 1,2,3 TCP. We've prioritized these contaminants because they're known carcinogens or have acute health effects, and they're found with regularity in California water supplies. And after all of the presentations today, there are a lot of excellent models that are being developed, and I look forward to connecting with those of you working on those. For our final layer will be demographics. We plan to incorporate community characteristics such as median household income, race, ethnicity, education, disadvantaged community status, and other measures available in the American Community Survey. So we plan to complete the initial version of this layer by fall 2019. So at this point, I just want to share a few ways that we're already using the domestic well layer and other research being conducted through the Sustainability and Health Equity Lab at UC Berkeley. We're looking at the proximity of domestic wells and oil and gas wells in California and considering both the impacts on health and water quality from unconventional extraction methods such as fracking in close proximity to these domestic wells. We also want to do testing on tap water, and we're developing a spatial layer that identifies potential sources of contamination like hazardous waste sites, military training sites, areas with high pesticide application, as well as oil and gas locations. We're going to integrate this layer with our spatial layers containing domestic wells and community water systems, and then we're going to select areas with a high likelihood of contamination from which to collect tap water samples. With these samples, we're going to do targeted and non-targeted analysis. And this will allow us to test our model in the field through targeted analysis, and it'll give us the opportunity to identify novel contaminants with potential health implications through non-targeted analysis. And finally, this work supports and will be integrated with other projects associated with Assembly Bill 685, which made California the first state in the nation to legislatively recognize the human right to water. The law asserts universal access to safe water by declaring that every human being has the right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water. The bill identifies a specific list of factors that agencies must consider in regulatory activities related to domestic water use, such as safety, affordability, and accessibility. And we hope that our final product will be integrated with the work of the State Water Resources Control Board and OWIHA, who are tracking progress towards universal access. So with that, I'd just like to thank you guys. And I did leave a little bit of time, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So just a quick question, we're using census blocks or census tracts?
We're using census blocks.
Oh, that's better, thanks.
Yeah, census, anything bigger, you can use American Community Survey for anything bigger, but you have to go back to 2010 to get the actual block.
Because as you know, income data in some of these census areas is really difficult to estimate.
Yeah, and that's going to be, most likely, that's going to be block groups, which are larger, and we're going to, basically, every layer I'm putting together, I'm dealing with resolving the different resolutions, and I'm just taking them on a case-by-case basis. Other questions?
Am I on? There we go. Hi, I have a quick question. Have you considered, you were talking about where the population densities are. Have you considered like surface water sources as a possible alternative besides, if they don't have groundwater or aren't hooked to a public water system?
Yeah, there's surface water, and then we're also considering other ways to, yes. Short answer is yes. Yes, but it's an ongoing problem we're trying to solve. Okay. And we're trying to think of other solutions as well.
I was just curious why you're focusing on taking water samples from the tap versus the source.
The reason is that we are going to be sampling both households that use domestic wells and households that use public water systems. And so that's the way to get it, sort of like more of an apples to apples comparison. And what we really want to know is, what are they drinking? But good question.
Thank you. All right, so thank you very much. And so we have one more speaker before we'll take a break, and then we'll come back for the facilitated discussion. So our next speaker is Michael Hickey, GIS analyst with Tulare County. Thank you.
And which is the page advance?
This is
Okay.
the, try that out.
Oh, and I can see it back there. Okay. Okay, so I hope I know the technology by now. Okay, so we're probably about 3 months before I was really prepared to do this, but I was invited, and I'm happy to share what we have. The steps in, this shows the steps in analyzing a problem. One is, what are the facts? Two is, do you see any patterns? Then there's policy implications and actual implementation. And I'm really only concerned about what are the facts. And I see patterns, but whether the patterns I see are real or whether I'm just leaning up against a tree and see, I see a horse seeing a dog in the clouds. And I've been told not to see the things in the clouds. We have created a regional database because the data is so damn difficult to cope with. We had a urban simulation project with the COGS back in 2004, and we learned that the group as a whole wouldn't agree unless there was some way to commonly come up with the data, which was frustrating because we had more data than some of the other counties had. Like, we had a general plan map, and the other counties said, what's a general plan? So there's a real advantage in having some common information out there. And with the Sigma program coming along, there's 42 GSAs in the 4-county region. And to expect 42 GSAs to collect reasonable data on their own in the time that they have is, not possible. There's probably 8 subbasins that will probably be doing the work, but even for them, it's a burden. So the first thing is just, try to resolve the incoherence of the data. The second one is kind of a faith image. If we build it, they'll come. So the idea is a federated share of data where we collect data from the agencies above us, send the data to the agencies below us, hope that the agencies below us will send data up, and we can, so we can get a flow of data both ways with, because so often you give people data and say, here's our data, please update it, but they don't. And part of the reason is there's no mechanism to update it. So we think we've come up with some ways to share the data 2 ways. The other thing is why I'm talking today. It's don't let the excellent become an enemy of the good, or maybe in this case, don't let the good be an enemy, don't let the good become an enemy of the mediocre. So an overview of our database. We have 3 ways we can share data. Actually, originally we had one way of sharing data. We could put it all on a 1 terabyte hard drive and say, here, buy a hard drive and we'll send it to you, and then send us the data updates. Not surprisingly, few people were willing to spend the data to buy the data, and even fewer are actually willing to send data back. But if we have it we've developed a way where we can create a GIS layer file. I can put the layer file in a zip file, email them the zip file. They can, they can drop the individual layers into the ArcMap project, and it's just like they're connected to a file server on their own computer, or actually a file server in their environment that it's read-only data, but they can edit it and copy it to their own database if they want. So another part of the problem with GIS data is there's no taxonomy or classification system that makes sense. So since there's nothing that makes sense, I decided to make my own. So the first set is just framework data. That's public land survey data, county boundaries, parcels. It allows you to locate things in space. Now, in a good and perfect world, the state would have a common set of geometry for the township range and sections and the county lines. We are not in such a world. If you line up Fresno County's concept where the boundaries are and Tulsa's concept where the boundaries are, they're not the same. They're close, but they're not the same. So many of our sections are irregular, but somehow they're drafted as more reasonably squares. So there's inconsistencies that if the state would come up with a common set of base geometry, these are the correct county lines, you shall use them, our life would be a little easier. The next set of information is just administrative districts. And I list a bunch of the the districts that are around. We have a fairly correct set of community water systems down to the mutual water company boundary. Again, everything is imperfect, but yeah, I think it's a really good start. And the notion is, if somebody sees an error, they'll kick me in the head and say, you're wrong, make these corrections, and we'd be happy to do that. The next set is just, topography is not probably the correct word, but it's, there's the surface of the earth and what's there. There's the near surface, like soils, and then or the near below, and then there's the deep below of what the geology is. And does somebody have a vocabulary for that better than topography? If so, please let me know. And then there's surface water. Now in this map, a dark blue is a perennial water system or water stream, and the pale blue are intermittent water streams, and the pink are irrigation channels. You'll note that in the mountains, all the water systems are perfectly natural. They're, a natural hierarchy of streams that flow together. And once you get out of the mountains into the valley, it's completely man-made. There's very few naturally flowing rivers in the valley. Groundwater. These are the points where we have wells. I'll talk in the second part about the well counts in the area, but you'll see that on a 1 mile by 1 mile basis, there's a whole lot of wells. We have a count there? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. My best estimate is there's 98,000 well points that have well logs. There's more than that around, but okay. Then we have the tabular data for the groundwater. Depth to, there's basically two databases that in a perfect world would be tied to a unique well ID. One is the depth to water data. There's about 1.5 million depth to water measures in the Tulare Lake Basin, and there's about 3.5 million water quality measures in the Tulare Lake Basin. Needless to say, very few points have both measures. So there's always a challenge of what is the depth of water at this water system, or what is the water quality at this depth to water measuring place. Then land cover. This is what is being displayed here is the an edit of the farmland monitoring mapping program to show what I call the development footprint. Development footprint is very useful because it's a biannual map every year since 1986, so you can observe how development footprint has changed. Development footprint is basically anything you can't grow things on. So you've got cities, you have water retention ponds, you have agriculture. I mean, not agriculture, you have animal operations. The challenge is people in our county get upset that cows aren't considered agriculture because they're not farmland, but they're an animal operation pen. We have demographics. The key thing in demographics is address points, and then those are summarized into census blocks and on. So in Tulare County, in the 2010 census, we had 141,000 people. In the 2017 LUCA count, they estimated there were, these are not population, these are dwelling units. We had effectively 150,000 dwelling units, or an 8,000 increase. When I count my address points, now the yellow dots are Tulare County data. The other colors are address points from the other counties. In our county, each address point is associated with the land use. so I can give a count of how many residential dots we have in the county. And my estimate was 140,000 dwelling unit dots, which is 10, 11,000 fewer dots than the Luca count. So I'm obviously missing some data. The data I'm missing is basically in two places. Our county assessor tends to count mobile home parks and apartment buildings as one, two, and many. I've added dots on what I think are the correct count for apartment complexes and mobile home parks. I know that my dwelling unit count for mobile home parks is probably fairly correct because you can see the dot, you can see the mobile homes, and you put a dot on it. The apartment complexes are more dubious. I think in many cases, I assume that it was a 3-story building when it's really a 1-story building. So my counts are off, but that would mean that we're even missing more than 10,000 dots. Transportation networks are important. After much grief, I learned that Caltrans has a road network that is consistent across the state, uses the same classification systems, and seems to be at least as good as anything else we have. So in my edit database, I keep multiple versions, but for the public version, I'm just going to show the Caltrans data because it's common, nobody's going to question it, and it seems to be damn good. Now we'll look at a couple of, I viewed these layers as kind of map tinker toys. You can grab different layers and move them around and quickly assemble some maps. So here's a map of the Okieville area that now has a mutual water company. And does this have a pointer? No? Does?
Yeah, it's
That seems, where am I pointing? Oh, there it is. Okay. So each of these dots is a structure. If it's a yellow dot, residence. So this is the Okieville, the urban development area of low density residential light pale pink in the farmland monitoring mapping program extracted into the development footprint. The orange are animal confinement facilities in the development footprint. This is actually 2 dairies separated by the road. There's a 3rd dairy down the road, and this over here was not a dairy, but a feedlot for young'uns. Because of bureaucracy, they learned they put regulations on what you do for dairies. So the dairies quickly moved the not milking cows off to other facilities, generally out of Tulare County, but every once in a while, some of them are still in the county. The next map is a London Community Development District. And this down here is on the farmland monitoring mapping program is shown as developed, but it's really a water treatment facility associated with the community of London. If it's yellow, it's a residence. If it's red, it's a commercial structure. If it's blue, it's a government office or a church, or what planners call public and quasi-public. And you'll note the residences off in the boonies that are not in the community. So, now I'm just showing how the information goes across the county lines, that the development footprint is a really great tool to identify where development concentrations are. This map shows it shows the public water systems by use. Or actually, not public, anything that's in the public, in our water quality database tied to a water system. And same area, these are 2008 data set of well points in Tulare County that were organized by use. And at least half of them are reasonably well located. The other half we didn't have a chance to get to because perfection's infinite and I'm not. But brown are dairy dots, the dark blue are public water systems. Not every public water system is associated with a community. A lot of the public water systems are Joe's gas station or a church out in the middle of nowhere or a factory that, a fruit packing plant are public water systems, but they're not community water systems. For community water systems, we have a shape of the service area. For non-community and transient water systems, we just have a dot locating the building as best we can guess. Oh, wrong button. So now I'll talk about well counts in the area. I'm going to have to cheat and come over here so I can see the map. Okay, so we have our 2008, which was the original data set, where we thought there were 32,000 wells in the county. And each of those is associated with either a scanned image from 2008 we obtained from the state of unredacted data, or the 11,000 wells that have been added to our database through local permits since 2005. There were 10,000 wells that were drilled between 2005 and 2017, most of them during the drought, when it was a real stress on our environmental health department to keep track of the well drillers. Then in 2017, we obtained a redacted set of images, which gave us 110,000 scanned images for the basin and 1,000 wells in Tulare County, which, of course, had 28,000 in 2008 and 28,000 in 2017 after we added 10,000 wells. Problems with the data. Then in 2018, the state's been trying to process data, and they had two databases. One linking a well completion report number, which is a unique number to a scanned image that's on a state website. So there were, 110,000 scanned images, almost the same number from 2017, but they're not the same. They're close. Each of the 2017 images, we have a scanned image connecting to the same pattern as the 2018 images, but 2018 are connected to a state website. We can hyperlink to it. The ones that are missing, we've checked, and we can put in what I think the pattern is, and it'll actually pop up an image even though it's not listed in the database. And the other data set is tabular data connecting the well completion report ID to the old state well log and various associated data they've entered into the database. We have a number of wells that don't have well logs. Depth to water data, none of them have, they all have state well ID numbers, which is township range, section, tract, and sequence number. None of them have a well log. And we have 4,300 dairy wells that have water quality data, but it's damn difficult to associate the dairy wells to a well log because they have such descriptive names like the well behind Joe's barn, or Cadillac pump, or all sorts of other names, but you know that it's associated with the dairy, So they're currently all located in the center of the animal confinement facility of the dairy. I tracked down some of those and learned that some of the wells, they have domestic wells, and some of them have addresses, and they're like 7 miles away from the dairy. So that's a rich data source that somebody needs to process. Got dry wells. So putting it all together, I've tried to, this is the status of the water quality database for the county, for the 4-county region. So we have the number of water systems in each county, and then we look at it by, if it's an A+, it's a community water system, or public water system that is not a residential place, or out a public water system. With that project, we identified a number of places that have a high concentration of population but no community water system. We have rural domestic wells that have water quality samples. We have the dairy wells, environmental monitoring wells. Wells, there was a study back in 1997 where they sampled a whole bunch of ag chemicals with 5-syllable Greek words that I'm happy not to know. Putting it all together, this is how I came up with an estimate of how many wells that have a well log are in the 4-county area. Have singletons. A singleton's a well has only one copy in the database. It has one well log ID number. It generally has a well completion report number also, but not always. Then you have a multiple. There's this. In a perfect world, the old well log ID number would have been unique, but there was this tendency that a well driller would go off to the government agency, get a handful of well logs, and go back. And when they run to the last one, do they stop their business and go back to the government agency and pick up more? No, they just Xerox them until the next time they go to the government. So sometimes there's like 150 well logs with the same exact state well ID number. And then most well logs are only 1 page long, but sometimes they get ambitious. There's one well log that had 16 pages associated with it. So in our 2017 list, that was 17 wells, because they all have, and there is 1 point for every image in the database. But putting all things together, it would seem like there's 98,000. These 98,000 wells that have a well log, potentially a unique well completion report number. And that says there's 24,800 wells in Tulare County. Now, that's a problem because it conflicts with the dwelling unit count, where I have, with the address points, you can drop the address points on the community water systems and subtract out everything that's not served by a community water system. And that number comes out to about 19,000. So we have 19,000 rural residences that are not served by a community water system. So they're probably served by their own well. Some of them may be served by multiple wells, but that's not knowable because the system records as either domestic or it's, or mutual, or a community water system, which means it's 15 or more. So anything that's serving, and then there's this notion there's state smalls. There's 35 state smalls in the county, and they may add up to 200 wells at most. 200 residential dots at most. They're a small part. So if there's 28,000 wells that we know about, and 19,000 people that have domestic wells, there's more than 10,000 other wells, so the counts are not correct. So that's where we stand at the moment. What we are doing is working, well, if the USGS was actually working these days, we were going to be working with them to, Sylvia Stork from the USGS we've been sharing data back and forth, and we're looking forward to come up with a program where she would provide data to students and they would enter in data, and I would provide data to our GSAs and they'd provide data, and we'd all learn from each other's efforts and eventually develop a more complete system. Someday the government will reopen and that will proceed. Otherwise, we'll just be passing data on to the 42 GSAs in our region. So that's kind of the end of my presentation.
So any quick question before we take our break? Seeing that there are none, let's take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 3:05, and then we'll turn it over to Gita Kapai to facilitate our discussion. Thanks. So folks, I'd like to introduce our next phase of the workshop. If you could find a seat. This makes good television, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
You don't get the microphone yet.
Okay, fine.
All right, thank you. So we're going to turn over this part of the workshop to Gita, and I think we might have some questions that folks have, so I'm going to let Gita do what she does, and that's facilitate. So here you go.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around on a late Friday afternoon. I want to make sure everyone is heard. I've got a couple of comment cards. There are comment cards on the table at the back. I'm Gita Kapai, for those of you that don't know me, Director of the Office of Public Participation. As we start to think about this, we were involved in the workshop last Friday, and here we are today. We've heard from a lot of good speakers. As you think about questions, again, we've got this needs assessment. What recommendations on how should we proceed with this needs assessment? For those of you that were speakers, we'd like to hear your ideas and thoughts on, maybe giving us a list of next steps. I've got a couple of comment cards. If you wish to speak, just raise your hand. We'll bring a microphone to you. You don't have to fill out a comment card. If we don't get to you today and you have a burning question, please fill out a comment card. We'll make sure we give those to program staff. So raise your hand if you have a question. Meanwhile, I will read out the first one from RCAC, the FAM. Individual Well Program, US EPA-funded program to provide technical assistance and education to ensure private well owners have clean and safe drinking water. We partner with the National Groundwater Association and Water System Council to provide additional educational resources for well owners to promote the importance of water quality testing, treatment, and preventive maintenance. So thank you for your comment. Melissa Sparks-Krantz, Association of Aqua. Oh, follow up? Yes.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead.
That wasn't more of a question. I just want to let everyone know that RCAC has an individual well program that's funded by EPA to provide technical assistance to educational well owners. We also provide financial assistance to well owners as well through the Water Control Board, where we provide financial assistance for wells that's gone dry, and our household well program that we provide any type of well repair financial assistance to them in terms of low interest loans.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Moy, right to the left here.
Hi, I'm Melissa Sparks-Krantz with the Association of California Water Agencies, so I'll just tee up next. So thank you. We want to say thank you to the State Water Board for having this discussion today and having a public workshop. It's been really helpful, as well as last week's workshop. I also want to send a just say a thank you to all the panelists who presented today. It was a lot of information, but a lot of helpful information. So thank you for the time that you've put into your research. It's been great to hear about it. And I think in thinking about the needs assessment and moving forward and thinking about a framework and a methodology, just to start that conversation, we would suggest that since we have heard about so much data, that we start with and rely on what available monitoring data is out there. And then the next thing would be to identify that data and then identify the data gaps. And a comment that we made last workshop is that we want to see the needs assessment be solution-oriented. So thinking about how we can bring in solutions to the data that we're looking at.
Robert Dolezal from the California SWRCB Commission. With respect to use of resources and focusing on intent to try to find immediate solutions to critical problems, the probability of having another drought event similar to the 2012-2017 drought are likely in our lifetime, certainly, and within the next decade probably. Where we have 2,600, I believe, wells that went dry during the last drought. Has any regressional analysis been conducted to determine whether those deep wells that were dug under all those permits that were granted during the drought precipitated those wells going dry as opposed to simply being simultaneous with? In other words, if someone sank a well to 2,000 feet and drained the aquifer around a series of dry wells, has a regressional analysis been done? And if not, it seems like that 2,600 well regressional analysis might yield really valuable clues as to how you might address a future drought situation.
I have two comments from the email. One is a question. Oh, okay. The vulnerability of contamination with ag wells. The top of the perf zone may not be the most important value. You may wish to look at ag well construction. Many ag wells are gravel packed from surface down through the perforated zone. The other comment is from Liz Haven. There are no requirements for statewide water quality testing of domestic wells. Gamma had a one-time voluntary testing program, and today's speakers seem to have relied on it. Did they rely on other sources of domestic well water quality data? And if so, what were they? We have the domestic well program and then our shallow as part of the priority basin. Any answers?
Just another question. Do people want to answer that?
Here, Miranda.
If you can reply to that person's email, you might want to tell them that the data that you collected for the state board collected for the voluntary domestic well program is one set of data, and then the data that the water board USGS priority basin project is the data set that we were talking about. So there's a lot of data being collected. There's also a lot of other sources of data on domestic wells that is going to be coming soon because there are all these other programs like Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program with all the ag coalitions, whatever the new CV salts requirements are going to be. There are going to be a lot of other programs that require some kind of sampling of domestic wells, and it actually is kind of a question of what efforts are being made to coordinate all of those, both in terms of not having duplication of effort for sampling, but also coordinating to have the data that all these programs are producing being fed into a coherent database.
So I wanted to add one thing about other data sets that are available. For our domestic well water quality layer, the rough version, we're going to be using some data sets that were integrated by OWIHA. And the first two were the ones that were already mentioned, the priority basin and the gamma. But we're also going to, or they also used raw or untreated groundwater samples from the State Water Resources Control Board. So basically, water system data that was pre-treatment. So, and you may have already said this, and I may have missed it. I apologize. Same thing.
That's been part of what the Gamma Priority Basin Project has been doing, is all along we've been incorporating the whole GDW database of the untreated water in our water quality assessment. So it's all in there already.
Thank you for clarifying.
Another thing we're doing as part of the Priority Basin Project is gathering up the data from the state smalls. And as Mike Hickey said, some of the counties, they're not a whole lot of wells, but still it adds to the data set to be able to have that well data and incorporate it into these assessments.
Yeah, Angela Schroeder for the. So just to add to the conversation and to help emphasize data collection, the Central Coast, we've heard a lot about the San Joaquin. Oops. The Central Coast Water Board has requirements in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program to sample wells, and we had those starting in 2012. So we have over 4,000 wells in GeoTracker right now, and that's from 2012. So many of those wells have multiple data points at this time. In addition, the Central Coast Water Board also has a region-wide voluntary domestic well testing program, which we have over 200 wells in San Luis Obispo County. We're working with Santa Barbara County, and also currently in Monterey County. So all of those data are in GeoTracker. Gamma, actually, or the groundwater information system. So we hope that we can, again, collaborate with all these different data sources, but I think it's a great idea to figure out how we can use these data together.
We have someone in the back.
Hi, I'm Maria Herrera with Self-Help Enterprises. I do want to thank the State Water Board for hosting this workshop and to all the speakers that were here. We do a lot of work with disadvantaged communities in the San Joaquin Valley on different water-related projects ranging from infrastructure to also helping communities participate in water planning. And a lot of what we hear is, the lack of data for communities that are relying on private wells. So today was really great to just get a better understanding of what data is currently out there. And I, for one, am really excited about going back to our area and encouraging GSAs, groundwater sustainability agencies, and other groups to access this data so that hopefully the groundwater sustainability plans are in much better shape than otherwise they would be. But one thing that I wanted to mention is that I didn't hear just talked about today is that the Department of Water Resources, through its Disadvantaged Community Involvement Program, has a requirement for all of the state funding areas to conduct a water needs assessment. And of course, each funding area gets to decide exactly what that will entail, but my understanding is that there's a possibility that some may be looking at private well owner communities and trying to address those data gaps. So I think that would be another thing for some of the folks to consider, and certainly for the state board to make sure that you're all keeping up to date in terms of what's being done under that program. And then I would also add it, for the folks working on the GAMMA program and conducting those outreach programs to get water quality data, I was wondering whether there's a potential, as folks are out there collecting water quality data, if there would be a willingness to also conduct like well sounding, so you're getting some data on, the groundwater, the standing water levels and depths of those wells, since you're already out there. And then
Water level and yes, water level measurement is part of the program. We measure water level at every well we can possibly measure it at. And for wells that we don't have a well completion report for, and actually we provide the well owners with the well completion report because they often don't have it, we do sound wells as well. So yeah, we are making sure that we have a complete, full data set if at all possible.
And there was a comment made about looking at creating a path for folks that have contaminated water and looking at POU, the use of point-of-use devices, and we certainly want to follow that process closely because, we have a lot of experience in helping communities that either are served by public water systems use point-of-use devices as an interim source of drinking water, but also a lot of experience helping individual houses install those devices as well.
Do you have well logs associated with your samples?
Same answer as Miranda. Where we have them, we try to upload them, that data, but yeah, in most cases, they're not available.
So it's part of the metadata? It's in GeoTracker?
It's part of the metadata, and we populate that field where it's available.
Hi, I'm Kelly Trott with Imagine H2O, and today's discussion has been incredible. So, frankly, awesome to see what everyone's doing on the data side. I think there's a lot of progress being made. Wanted to build off your comment on, we really want to talk too about or move this too into the discussion around spectrum of solutions, both short-term, interim, and long-term, because I think there's a lot of opportunities of people sitting on the sideline that want to help. So, I work a lot with technology companies who are really interested on helping on the interim side, and I know Maria in the back was just discussing point of use opportunities, and there's a lot of, I think for the people that are going out and testing, then once you find those results, kind of tapping these other players into how can we help people right now.
Oh, that's kind of cool because you set me up for my question. I'm Sue Reese, also from Self-Help Enterprises, and I live in a small community of all private wells in the Central Valley, about 400 or 500 if we had a water system, quite a few. And after listening to the workshop last week and listening to all this data, my question is, what is the thinking of the Water Board for the long-term haul? I mean, we know that a 500 water system is going to be extremely difficult to financially manage forever and ever. Obviously, it's great if we can consolidate people in wells to nearby systems, but it's hard to do. It's a lot. We face a lot of challenges with city lines and government, counties, and so on and so forth. We don't want to spend tons and tons of money on bottled water again for the next drought. Right? So we need to kind of think about how to prepare for that. So I just wonder what some of the thoughts are in this room about how to hit the long-term thing in the big picture.
You want to?
Yeah, when no one else has an answer, they all start looking at me like somehow I'm going to dream it up, right? Well, so what I would say is that that's a very good statement of the challenge we face, and that we have to start thinking a little bit outside of the box of where we've been, in kind of just our normal tool set. So, for instance, this this may not work, but here's an example of a thought bubble to carry forward. So I was, the ASDWA conference, which is all the state heads of the water state regulating systems, was in Iowa this year. And I was talking with the Iowa guys, and they have a tradition there of running large water systems of 2-inch pipeline for 18, 20 miles to make sure that all the farmhouses have water that's not nitrate contaminated. They are very explicit that that's not the fire system. They're very explicit that that is just for house water. It's not your yard, it's not your garden, you know, and so, but they get drinking water to the homes that meet standards. Now, they face another problem these days with THMs and those long pipelines, and they're working to address that. But still, something like that is a tool I don't believe we've employed in California yet, and is something that we need to bring into our thinking amongst many other types of tools that, you know, can make sure that we give healthy drinking water, and it may not be a fire flow, and it may not meet standards, and what rules do we need to change to make sure that that's both protective and provides a way forward. So we look forward to everybody's contribution to those type of creative solutions that we can do. And I do think you were onto something there, and this was discussed a lot last Friday, is that we do, whenever we find those things, just like they did in Iowa, you have to find it so that it is at an economically viable level. And that is probably more than 200 or 500 connections. And so it gets to enough level that it has a tariff base that it can be supporting. As I say that, I'm then always concerned because of all the years I've spent with the community organizer stuff, is that you still need to then build in the political structures that protect those individual communities and their community identity and their type of stuff. So I just made it even more difficult on us. But there you go. So take that home.
Grab another one. We'll leave one here.
Oh, sorry.
She's number 3.
So I just have 2 questions. My name's T from Rural Community Assistance Corporation, and I'm the lead of the Individual Well Program. This is our 5th year in, and I was wondering, all the data that you collected, is there a database that you are storing in where it's publicly available? And if we have data of our own, can we easily just be able to, share the data? If there's an online database that is already in there. So let me rephrase, I'm sorry. So I'm a GIS person, so I would love to be able to use some of this data to be able to share with well owners. I'm also a hydrologist, so sometimes when you give them a map, they can't really understand the map till you explain to them. So I know that there's a lot of people working, collecting data for domestic wells, doing water quality, and I was wondering if there is a database that would allow future partnerships and being able to collaborate and sharing data, and that's easily accessible to the public as well as state and government agency.
In the Tulare Lake Basin, we're eager to share, and we can set that up. If you're not in the Tulare Lake Basin, you need to get somebody to do what we're trying to do.
So as far as the data getting into an accessible system, we are working on different modules and templates to allow anyone to upload that data to the GAMA program, where we would then look at its quality, make sure it's ready to upload to the system, and include it with all the other groundwater quality data.
Okay, so I have 2 answers to 2 questions that I'd like to present. So what's your name here?
T from.
T? So T, I think there's a lot of efforts across many different agencies, GAMA, Tulare, my own independent research, for people to make data accessible. And you can go to ucwater.org/online state well completion report, OSCWR, and that'll bring you to the data portal that I presented, and you can download those 900,000 well completion reports and subset for them, filtering by the well type as domestic or agricultural or whatever you see fit. And you can see all the steps I've taken in cleaning that too. But at this point, I think it's like the Wild West of online state well completion report data, right? Everyone's working on it in some way or another, and some people's databases are at different stages, and it should not be a competition. It should be more of a collaborative effort. I don't see a centralized effort to integrate them. I'm not sure who's in charge of that, but that's something to consider.
So Gamma really should be the go-to place for.
Gamma's in charge.
Yeah. But, we talk about well completion report data, that's well construction data, depth and so forth, and we have to talk about water quality data. Location is mingled between the two, so how do we get this all to talk to each other, which it currently does not.
Right.
Gamma is working towards that goal.
And then I also wanted to speak to Sue's question of what the long-term goal is. I love that question because this is something I've been thinking about with, I'm not sure if any of you know Alvar Escriva from the PPIC, but we have been looking at these results for some time now in what I presented for extended drought. And one thing we've been thinking about is, why does domestic well failure happen? It happens because they're shallow and they are sensitive to relatively small changes in the groundwater level, which we experience when groundwater replacement during a drought is increased. And so why does groundwater replacement increase? Well, there's pumping in the deeper aquifers or in the shallow aquifers. And so who's doing the majority of that pumping? Well, we all like food, but agriculture has a big role to play in this. And so one idea I'd like to plant in your minds is maybe within groundwater sustainability agencies as they form, there's some way to implement a consciousness of domestic well impacts during these extended drought scenarios. And maybe there's a way to create some sort of general purpose fund and internalize the cost of domestic well failure. And we can give you estimates of what those failure episodes would be, and you can get more detailed into how much it would cost. But it really boils down to creating a fund, right? Who's going to pay for this? And I think that one way forward might be looking at the GSA as a structure to capture revenue and offset the burden on these disadvantaged populations or not disadvantaged populations that are experiencing failure.
I just add something really quick.
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm Steve Baker, Operation Unite. We conducted a 10-year fractured rock aquifer study. So the longest data set was about 10 years. We were not looking at water quality as the Gamma program does. However, we were making many water level measurements. So Sue, you were asking about what are we going to do with all this data? When it comes down to it, it's how are the people going to manage themselves? Well, we had two goals. Number one was, the question was, to what degree are we vulnerable in these wells and fractured rock environments? And we're quite vulnerable for a number of different reasons, but that vulnerability varies tremendously. And so we developed the groundwater management program from that experience of 10 years. And it's a type of program that engages the people. The areas that you're monitoring, those are the same areas that you mitigate. So you engage the very people using the water to solve the water problem. They're very much engaged. It requires a public relationship building program along with the monitoring program. And so that's what we developed, and we feel that is a very good way to go in this chaotic environment that we have in fractured rock. I don't know to what degree that could be applied to porous medium like Central Valley, but something to talk about.
Michelle, I'm going to fight it out.
I actually wanted to introduce Norma and Julia in the back here that are from DWR because they're doing work on drought planning right now. So maybe you guys can give a quick talk.
So hi, I'm Nirmala Benin. I'm with the Water Use Efficiency Branch at DWR. And there's two things before I forget. Well, okay. So this legislation that passed last summer, AB 1668 and SB 606, directed DWR to work with the water boards on several projects, about 15 of them. And before I forget, one of them is related to data and trying to collaborate and manage it better. But there's no actual deadline for that project, so it's just one of the 15 we're supposed to get to at some point. But the project I wanted to talk to you about was our project right now, which is small water system and rural community drought planning and vulnerability. And basically, it's drought and water shortage vulnerability planning. So there's lots of overlap with the needs assessment. Our timeline is basically by January 1st, 2020, we have to do two things. One is to identify small water systems and rural communities that are vulnerable to drought and water shortage. And the second thing is to develop recommendations to the governor and legislature on how to do drought planning for small water systems and rural communities. So our project team includes Julie Ekstrom, who we hired recently from UC Davis, and we also have two members from the water boards. One is Betsy Lichty from the Division of Drinking Water, and the other one is Kathy Freevert from SWRCB, Office of Research, Planning, and the other P. Okay, performance. And we have an advisory group we convened just last month. We have about 35 people on advisory group from small water systems, cities, counties, environmental justice, tribes, academia, rural community representatives. And all our meetings are open to the public. We'll be doing these meetings probably every 2 months until about July. And basically, to be done by December, we probably have to wrap it up by July and start getting all the approvals from our advisory group and from our agency coordination team, which is 5 different state agencies, and then DWR management, et cetera, to be done by the end of December. So our next meeting is going to be February 27th. It's open to the public, so let me know, or by the end of next week, we should be posting information on our website. Do you have anything to add?
Oh, no, but to be clear, we also have to have to identify small systems and rural communities, those communities that are on domestic wells or their own surface water, and prioritize them, identify who's at risk and vulnerable to water shortage and drought. So it's really overlapping with your first goal, and so maybe we can make the best of it and work together however is possible. And I was really excited to hear several of the talks today, because I think that hopefully everybody's open to us pulling. We're not going to be doing primary research here. We will be using everybody's existing great work, and so that we can make the best use of it. So.
Oh, AB 1668 and SB 606.
Thank you. Okay.
Those are statutes of 2016 or
2018.
2018.
Some. It's in the water code. It's basically everyone in California who is not covered by an urban water management drought contingency plan.
Right.
That was a good segue into my comment. We have, as our CAC, have been doing some needs assessments in the Sacramento River area, and we have identified several communities that are primarily served by only private wells or people tapping into source water, and we don't know whether they're treating it or if it's just going directly into their house. Sometimes it's a pump that's in an irrigation canal that's going to the residents, and I think that's something that may be overlooked if you're just looking at the data and the numbers from things that have been collected, and if you're not on the ground. So I want to see that as something that's considered, because those are the highest risk users.
Hi, Jennifer Clary, Clean Water Action. So if we're doing a needs assessment, I thought the information today was really great. The vulnerability assessment, I think, is a really good tool for assessing where you need to look for problems. But I do want to stress that where we know there are problems, we should be also identifying those and identifying the solutions and the cost of the solution. And I want to give a shout out to the Central Coast, although Angela already did it on her own, because they've actually been implementing kind of the idea of the vulnerability assessment for several years, and they actually know, they actually have done outreach to identify people in areas that they've identified as vulnerable and are working on getting solutions to those areas. So I think it would be really great as part of your needs assessment if you used the Central Coast model as a case study to identify how you create solutions.
There is one additional question on the email. This is from Kit Sue at Alameda County Water District. She says, I understand that not a whole lot was discussed about this, but what are the steps or actions to be followed, and who regulates this when petroleum-related or VOC constituents are detected above their associated MCLs in domestic water wells? Nothing. Anyone want to answer? So, currently there's no regulation on domestic water wells, and no action would be taken.
To maintain water quality.
Right. I said the water board has the authority and responsibility to improve water quality. So if there's a responsible party, that's what you do, right? And with this, and I guess the underground leaking storage tank program, does that have money for mitigation?
They're currently working on a source water project right now where they're looking at the actual source of any contamination. So we have those kind of 13265 projects.
That's good. Okay.
You would issue an order that the regional board would. Yeah, right. You exercise your authority under 13267 of the water code and the regional board would issue an order if they were made aware for information on what led to the contamination of groundwater. And it would be for any type of a well.
Which begs the question, don't test domestic wells, how many problems are we having?
Yeah, well, I will let you know, and I think Miranda can address this too, but when we did the survey for the domestic well project, VOCs were very not detected very often. And there's probably multiple reasons for that, but it's the usual suspects that we were encountering: nitrate, arsenic, et cetera. Miranda?
Yeah, in the domestic well sampling there've been very few detections of VOCs over any regulatory limit. And sometimes there are reasons that are like really obvious and require education of the well owners. We had one well that was over the MCL for benzene and several other hydrocarbons because the well owner parked his truck over the well.
Right.
And had no idea that, oh, the fuel can get in the well. So I think because domestic wells run the whole gamut of how well protected they are from surface contamination, if there is a detection, I mean, obviously the well owner needs to be notified, but there needs to be some other level of investigation before immediately leaping to a regulatory solution, because there are sometimes explanations because things happen that just wouldn't happen in a public supply well.
So we talked a lot about a lot of contaminants today, but the one thing we haven't talked about is bacteriological contamination, which is probably the most common problem with domestic wells. Is there a reason why we haven't done that?
I had a slide on it that was the slide I took out at the last minute. Yeah, we sampled, as part of the sampling that we do for Gamma, we measure presence, absence of total coliform, E. coli, and enterococci at all domestic wells. And there's a big variability in the results between the different study units. So I think the highest detection frequency for total coliform was in the study unit that we did that was down in the Tulare area, which agrees with what the Water Board found in their domestic well study. Interesting, the only places where we're getting E. coli detections are in the Sierra foothills. So, we'll see as we gather more data if there really are some patterns. But yes, we are collecting that data, and when we get detections, we do talk to the well owners. You know, a total coliform detection by itself is not necessarily an issue because those are occurring without people involved. E. coli detections, that's a whole other matter.
Circle back. Did I miss you, ma'am? No? Okay. So go ahead, Michelle. Can I just respond to that? So I have a question. Are you guys, when are you doing those samples? Because in my experience, we often see positives occurring more after rains for total coliform and E. coli than we do other times of the year. So just something to think about as you're considering that.
Yeah, definitely something to consider. I mean, that we can go back forensically and look at the data and see if there's a correlation between what was going on with the precipitation and the sampling. That's a great idea. Thank you.
I had a question about the mapping of state small water systems. A lot of people have mentioned wanting to use state smalls in their models and in their risk assessments. And I know some of them are mapped in the water boundary tool, but I wondered if there are any efforts being undertaken right now to identify and map the rest of state smalls.
All right. Yeah, as part of the Gamma project, we are going through and county by county, whatever county we're in, and collecting as much state smalls data as we can for each county. We're not collecting it all. I mean, some of them have old ones. We'll only collect ones that are currently active. So, but I do want to point out that, and while I'm all for an authoritative data source and data being available for everyone, that you can pretty much call the county health department, find out who's in charge of the state smalls, and ask them to send you an Excel spreadsheet that has the address and the location on it, and they will do it. But that's basically what we do. And then we go to the county department, and we'll photocopy all of the chemical analyses and the inspection reports and some of the permits. So we are doing that. We haven't actually published any of those data, although we have given them to the State Water Resources Control Board.
Do the boundaries then make it onto the water boundary tool?
Well, the state smalls isn't a small water system. The state smalls is, I think it's 5 to 14 connections. So most of these places are mobile home parks, apartments, something like that. So the boundary is really the parcel. But it might, in some cases, be a group of houses co-located. There's a few of those, like they were in Tulare or Kings County. But usually they're mobile home parks.
Sylvia is part of our team with the USGS Gamma program. And so the collection of state smalls data is in conjunction with the digitization of the well completion reports. Same county at the same time.
So speaking from a local health department perspective, we've been working with the State Water Board to voluntarily, well, let's back up and say that state small water systems are under the jurisdiction of the health officer, as opposed to, in some jurisdictions, there's not a strong linkage between the health officer and environmental health. So it's a little bit unclear. The regulatory structure may not be the same from county to county. But we have been working with State Water Board to get the public database, public drinking water database called SWRCB, to be the receptor for that state small data. And there are at least a handful of counties that are currently putting that data into SWRCB so that it would be available, so the data would move over to GeoTracker. And I think that is a really seamless tool that could very easily be used. So I've been working with drinking water staff on that.
Can you clarify the name of that?
I don't have a comment, I just wanted.
I'm Jerry Sapp. I'm with Plumas County and representing the California Conference of Directors of Environmental Health. So most all of the local primacy agencies, those folks that deal with drinking water systems of the state smalls, well, drinking water systems of small publics, 15 to 20. But like I said, the state small program is delegated to the health officer, so it's a little bit, there's a little unclear regulatory nexus.
One over here.
So this, to be perfectly honest, I'm going to have to claim acronym ignorance on this. I'm looking at Michelle. She probably knows. What is it? State drinking water information. Safe drinking water. Sorry, we use it all the time, but I have no idea what it means. That's pretty embarrassing.
It's the state for you. All right, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Next one over here.
Yeah, Steve Baker, Operation Unite again. I'm going to bounce off a comment made on the other side of the room here regarding, depending on where you sample or when you sample your wells, your quality can be very different. That's really true. Of course, groundwater is really dynamic, but so is the social element. And so what I would suggest maybe is adding a component that would be addressing the social components related to the user, so that you include that in what will happen later, which is how are you going to manage these people and their behaviors?
I just want to mention that we also work with other states who have a well program already successfully accomplished for their communities. And one of the things that worked really well for them in terms of educating well owners about best practice for preventive maintenance for the well system and how to identify contamination source is simply they have a fair every year that where government agencies and state agencies go together to provide them opportunities to share the data that they have, the information, just good opportunities for them to kind of interact with county and state officials, and so that they see that state and counties are less of a regulator but more of a source of information who wants to help them. So just an opinion that may work.
Oh, okay. One weird concept I want to promote is that data is not a thing, that we should focus on having the best data, but what we really need is good documentation of the transformations that take place in data. That is the data. Because if you were to hit download all the Oscar data today, it'd be a mess, right? And we should keep it that way. We shouldn't change the data without documenting what happens. So one idea that I could borrow from software development is have a repository online where analysts can submit their scripts that they use to clean the data, and so the data remains untouched, but what changes are these these lines of code that transform the data. And so that can be your thing that you track, and you can just look to see who has the most up-to-date, who's updating that the most, and which one's most recent. And that's really easy to share too, because instead of sending around terabytes of data, you're saying, here's a script, all right, and then now you can just take this 5 kilobyte script and download the data and run it and have a local copy. And then if you make any transformations to the database that you'd like to share with other people, you can document it in a script with a nice README and submit it to this repository. And you have now this living, breathing analysis script that's changing. This is the direction I see a lot of academic research moving. There's a lot of push for this, version control of analysis. And it's really, frankly, kind of dangerous to change data without keeping track of how you've done it. So I want to
just throw out the crazy idea that data is not important. It's what you do to the data, and you have to save that. And it's more lightweight.
It's metadata, yeah.
So we'll go to Maria, but just a time check, we've got about 5 minutes left. If there are any speakers that have any last thoughts on next steps, I'd love to hear them and try and document them. Go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, my comment is about next steps. I think one of the things we haven't talked about today is really looking at how to engage the private well owners themselves into this process, both in terms of, being able to make them aware of this statewide needs assessment that's being done, but also, and probably more importantly, is engaging them and helping sort of develop recommendations in order to assist them. So I think we should discuss what are some outreach strategies and partnerships that could be established so that we can engage those stakeholders more directly in this process.
Hi, thanks to everybody for the interesting presentations today. I will say, about 5 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about domestic wells and private wells and small water systems, so it's really encouraging. And I just would like to say, I wasn't sure I heard it. I know I heard a lot about the Salinas Valley and the Central Valley for obvious reasons, but there's a great number of wells that are outside of that area. Do we know kind of a ranking of the ones we would have of a concern beyond those two major water basins? I was just wanted to know, and how is the board approaching those?
Yes, we do have a lot of information on domestic wells outside of those two areas, and we are systematically looking at them. For the Gamma Priority Basin project, the first part of the project was to figure out where in the state all the domestic wells are, and then we're systematically going to those areas to sample. So obviously we did sample in the San Joaquin Valley and Salinas, but there's a lot of domestic wells up in the Sierra Nevada foothills. We just recently finished sampling in Mojave. There are a lot of very high density areas of domestic wells. There was a big clump of domestic wells in the Napa, Sonoma, Santa Rosa area. So, and then there's like a nice big string of wells that goes through the Modoc Plateau. So yes, we are systematically going around the state and sampling in all these other places.
So I know that this meeting is focused mostly on needs assessment to address to assess needs and address current solutions. But one of the things I hope that we will also do is to look into the future. Our solutions right now are sort of reactive, but how can we look into the future and address the problems that are coming, as well as to support those organizations and agencies who will be the first responders. So, for example, I'm really happy to see that CCDEH is here, and Self-Help and RCAC, because the well owners who are drilling wells 10 years from now, what type of information, data, and support do we give to them, and who are the first responders that deal with them, so that we don't look back, 50 years from now and saying, how could we have directed that differently. So I hope the needs assessment will take a look at that ongoing prioritization.
The great way to be able to engage private well owners is by having a well owner workshop. RCAC have two previously, one in Nevada County and one in San Diego counties, and both of them has, the one in Nevada counties, we had 50 well owners show up, and the one in San Diego County, we had over 50 well owners show up. So there is a huge interest among well owners to learn about their well systems, and since RCAC is a nonprofit, they're more receptive to us training, so just to put that out there.
I appreciate people setting up my next question. I'm probably going to be in trouble for saying this, but it won't be the first time. How many of you, I'm just curious, are private well, you get your water from a private well in your house? What, three of us? When we move forward, whoever we is, you need to talk to us. Because a lot of people, in my community, I'm the president of the community service district. My name was up on the sign for like 2+ years from the guy who does not want the water system at all. And we don't have one. They tried in the 60s, they tried in the 70s, the 90s, and then again we tried before the drought. And even with the drought, people don't want a water system. Yeah, and you're asking why. If you don't live on a private well, you don't know why. So it's really, really important to talk to the private well people as we figure out what to do. And I just want to leave that with you to think about it. Money is one reason. Money is a big reason. The other reason is somebody's going to tell me what to do with my water. Those are the two biggest reasons. And some of you have heard this before, that in my community, we just did sort of penciled out with, the DFA, what it would cost to put a water system in my community. And probably, because we're disadvantaged, not severely disadvantaged, it would be at least $100 a month for the loan to put the water system in, plus the water bill. So you're looking at $150 to $200 a month for water, and we're on septic tanks too. So it's really, really hard. And then how do we manage it? You can't manage a system that small forever. Like we were just saying, what are we going to set up now that 50 years from now isn't working? So we just have to think about those things, and they're hard questions. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying we have to think about that kind of stuff. Maria, see, I told you.
No, I guess I just want to add that, Easton, there's been lots of work there, and, obviously there's not the support, but I don't want the message to go out that private well owner communities don't want solutions, because there's actually a lot of communities that we work with that rely on domestic wells, that do want assistance, and are, sort of utilizing the recent experience with the drought to think critically about whether that, the current source that they have is a sustainable one, and thinking about other solutions, even if it's at the household level or, more community-wide solutions. And the state board has, done a lot of work around improving their programs to be able to assist private well owner communities, both with interim and long-term solutions, and I think that needs to be recognized as well.
So I think we have the last one. This will be the last comment.
Okay. Well, it better be a good one, I bet. Okay. Well, as a well owner myself and a hydrogeologist, I've talked to a lot of people about this. And the bottom line is you will have no movement of any kind if people don't recognize their vulnerability. You will go nowhere. So this data, its initial use is to identify vulnerability and really get it out there. And I mean, major public campaign, you're not going to scare people, you're just going to inform them their answers, but this is what's going on right now. That's what's needed. Then you can take the other steps. And the money will somehow show itself. That's a bit of a dream right now, but anyhow, the money will show itself, and the intent, though, by the private owners will certainly go up. Thanks, everybody.
All right, well, thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank staff that helped put this together, including Scott. And so we'll be in touch. And so I just want to remind folks that Michelle Frederick's been working on with IT to have a means assessment website up and going. So the presentations from today, as well as information and the webcast, will be available via that website. So if you're on the LIRAS list, we'll send an announcement out once that becomes active so you can access that information. And once again, thank you very much for everybody's participation today.